Chapter 1043. Astrea felt a chill down her spine when she saw the sinister smiles on everyone's faces. She ran towards Wu Yan with teary eyes. You, master. When Astrea was about to reach Wu Yan said coldly. I think it's a good idea too. Astrea froze in mid-air, still in her lunging position. Hey, Ikaros, what do you think? You think it's a good idea too, right? As if the excitement wasn't enough, Hinagiku switched to Ikaros instead. Ikaros looked at Astrea and stared at her without saying a word. Astrea started to feel a little guilty. Ikaros-senpai. Astrea raised her hand weakly. You're not really going to fight me, right? Ikaros lowered her head for a moment before raising it again. If you think so too, master. Astrea couldn't stay calm anymore. She pulled a long face. No way. Are we really going to fight? Wu Yan and the others found it funny when they saw Astrea's expression as if she saw the end of the world. They more or less knew what Astrea was thinking. They knew she didn't like to fight, but that didn't mean she would shy away from a fight. Astrea is only doing this because her opponent is Ikaros. They didn't know why. Astrea respected and feared Ikaros a lot. She got along well with Ikaros, but when it comes to fighting, Astrea wouldn't play any tricks on Ikaros. Because of this, Astrea was against the idea of fighting Ikaros from the bottom of her heart. It's not a real fight, it's fine. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He reached out and caressed Astrea's long blonde hair. It's just a spar, let us get a better understanding of your strength. That's why you have to give it your all, but don't go overboard. I see. Astrea pouted unwillingly. Since it's master, then fine, good girl. Wu Yan praised with a smile before turning his attention to Ikaros. Ikaros, yes. With a reply, Ikaros's body emitted a blinding light and turned into a shadow. Like a pillar of light descending from the sky, it enveloped Ikaros's entire body. After a series of distortions, it retracted into Ikaros's body like a whirlpool. When all the light was gone, Ikaros, who had entered Pandora mode, appeared in front of everyone. She wore a revealing feathered coat that resembled two wings, white shorts, and two pairs of pink wings. The halo was on top of his head, and two sets of armor were floating around him. Pink starlight was circling around him. What a beautiful scene. Even if it wasn't their first time seeing Ikaros like this, they couldn't help but be amazed. Even Z curled her lips and nodded her head. Although the reaction was very calm, to be able to make a demon sage, who had lived for thousands of years and had seen through everything in the world, do such a thing was already a very high evaluation. Are you ready? Wu Yan waved his hand after glancing at Ikaros and Astrea. Then let's begin. Remember. Don't go overboard. Yes. Master. The two angels who had also activated their Pandora mode answered powerfully. They flapped their wings and flew into the air, facing each other from afar. Since we're already at this stage. Astrea gripped her lightsaber tightly. Then we have no choice but to attack. In contrast to Astrea's serious expression, Ikaros looked calm. She glanced at Astrea and started muttering. Artemisiae, permanent rear-end missile 2, Astrea's pupils shrunk when she heard Ikaros's muttering. She raised her shield and blocked the attack. The next moment, pink light dots as numerous as the stars in the night sky filled the sky. They drew a beautiful arc in the sky and scattered in all directions. They turned into rays of light and rained down on Astrea's slender body. Boom! 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 Without any hesitation, Astrea's petite body was enveloped by the pink light. After a series of loud explosions, she was engulfed by a cloud of dust. On the ground, Wu Yan and the others were stunned by the dust that covered half the sky. Even though this isn't the first time. Shokuho Misaki slapped her forehead and sighed. But every time I see it, I can't help but sigh. Ikaros's attack range, that's why she's called the Angel of War. Wu Yen stared at the center of the dust cloud. Let's continue watching, the best part is yet to come. The group of girls nodded their heads and looked up into the sky again. None of them felt that the battle had ended. That's because they saw a crystal-like barrier appearing on Astria's shield before she was enveloped by the pink light. As expected, when the dust cloud dissipated, they saw Astria standing there unscathed. There was a barrier on her shield as well. It was this barrier that had protected her. Astria has the strongest spear and shield. Her shield can only block attacks from one direction, but as long as it can block attacks from all directions, no one can break through its defense. At least, no one has been able to do so until now. A hint of seriousness flashed across her delicate face. Her crimson eyes were filled with determination. Astria raised her head from behind the shield. The wings on her back expanded by more than 10 times and turned into a pair of gigantic wings of light. Photon swings, multifaceted photon wings. Safety restriction lifted. Then, Astria disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Ikaros. Following that, the winged lightsaber in his hand pierced towards Ikaros' body. Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, the soft whisper sounded again, but this time, it was no longer a pink stream of light, but a translucent crystal barrier. It's a circular barrier that can defend from all angles. Astria's hand froze when she saw the Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, in front of her lightsaber. Since Astria respected and feared Ikaros, how could she not know what kind of power Ikaros possessed? Whether it was the Artemis, Permanent Rear-Homing Missile 2, or the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle 2, Astria knew better than anyone else what kind of power they possessed. To put it bluntly, Astria might lose if she hits Ikaros. The evolved Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, not only has a 360-degree defense without any blind spots, it can also reflect all external attacks with 100% accuracy. Of course, 100% accuracy is a bit of an exaggeration since there are people stronger than Ikaros. For example, Yukari can break Ikaros' Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, with a wave of her hand. But Astria isn't one of them. Astria isn't confident her attack won't be reflected by Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2. That's why Astria couldn't make up her mind. She didn't know if she should continue with her attack. However, this hesitation lasted for less than 0.1 seconds before Astria got rid of it. It doesn't matter if she gets reflected, loses, or gets injured. Since she's already in close range, there's no reason for her to give up on attacking just because of Ikaros' defense. I'm an all-purpose angel for close-range combat. I'm an expert in close-range combat. Even Ikaros-senpai won't be able to win in close-range combat against me. Plus, my sword can break Ikaros-senpai's Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle, under normal circumstances. Now that I'm in Pandora mode, there's no way my evolved sword can't break Ikaros-senpai's Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2. I must continue with this attack. After making up her mind, Astria's expression tensed up. She thrust her winged lightsaber forward. Clang! The lightsaber in Astria's hand exploded with power. The tip of the lightsaber collided with the circular barrier, creating a huge shockwave. A crisp sound reverberated in the air. Chapter 1044. Clang! The crisp sound of the collision reverberated like a gust of wind, deafening like a sonic boom. As for the source of the sonic boom, it had already been enveloped by a shockwave. Og! On the ground, other than Wu Yen, Yukari, Mikoto, Kotori, Toka and the rest who are above Tier 9, the rest of the girls who haven't reached Tier 9 covered their ears with their hands. The deafening sound of the collision was too much for them to bear. If the situation on the ground is already like this, one can only imagine how intense the collision between Ikaros and Astrea was. Bang! Before the group of girls who had yet to reach the 9th step could react, another muffled sound rang out in the air. However, this time, the sound was very low, attracting the attention of everyone present. Then, the scene of Ikaros Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, being shattered by the winged blade entered their eyes. Tisk. Astrea didn't look happy when she saw her Aegis 2 being destroyed. The lightsaber in her hand didn't slow down either. It pierced through the shards of Aegis 2 and went straight for Ikaros' forehead. This is Astrea. It's fine if she doesn't fight, but when she does, she's more serious than anyone else. This is also a sign of Astrea's trust in Ikaros. She believes this kind of attack won't be able to do anything to Ikaros. And that's the truth. Ikaros didn't even flinch in the face of Astrea's merciless attacks. Data kept flashing in her eyes. That was Ikaros trying her best to come up with the most suitable method to deal with this situation. When the lightsaber was about to pierce Ikaros' forehead, Ikaros didn't react. Ikaros didn't try to defend against the attack. Instead, he spread his wings and shot out countless pink rays of light towards Astrea. A classic example of exchanging injury for life. As expected of Ikaros-senpai, Astrea bitterly smiled at the sight of this. She retracted the lightsaber in her hand. Her body flashed backwards. Driven by the light wings that were more than 10 meters long, it flashed to the rear at a speed that was completely invisible to the naked eye. At the same time, Astrea flashed away. Aegis 2 appeared around Ikaros once more. The pink light around her didn't slow down and landed on Astrea's previous position. Of course, this amount of pink light also landed on Ikaros, who was just inches away from Ikaros. Trajectory correction. In the next moment, the pink rays that landed on Ikaros Aegis 2 were all reflected back in a low voice. And they were aimed at Astrea's position. Aegis 2's rebounding ability isn't just a simple rebounding ability. Ikaros can adjust the trajectory of the rebounding attack and make it bounce back according to the trajectory she designed. Astrea's expression changed when she saw the pink light coming at her again. She raised her shield to block the attack. Boom 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 boom. Humph. The pink light beams landed on Astrea's shield. She gritted her teeth and charged forward instead of retreating. Boom 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 boom. Amidst the explosions, Astrea flapped her wings and charged through the pink light beams. She turned into a flash of light and charged towards Ikaros at a speed slightly below the speed of light. However, Ikaros was already holding a spiked black longbow in her hand. Not only that, there was an arrow with dark purple flames knocked on the bow. It was aimed at Astrea, who was charging at him. It was Ikaros Apollon. Astrea's pupils contracted as she charged through the pink light beams. Ikaros stared straight ahead. She closed her eyes, then opened them again. She loosened her grip on the bowstring without hesitation. Whoosh! A low whistling sound broke the air as an arrow covered in purplish-black flames was released from Ikaros' bow. Under the watchful eyes of everyone on the ground, the arrow turned into a purplish-black meteor and shot out. Without hesitation, Astrea swung her winged lightsaber at the incoming Apollon arrow. The tip of her sword clashed with the tip of the arrow, the tip of her blade clashed with the tip of the arrow, the tip of her blade clashed with the tip of the arrow, the tip of her blade clashed with the tip of the arrow, the tip of her blade clashed with the tip of her blade. Boom! The two violent attacks fiercely collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering boom to ring out. Aw! Many young girls paled and covered their ears in pain. Aw! Many young girls paled and covered their ears in pain. These two brats. Wu Yan and Yukari exchanged a look. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They waved their hands and a barrier appeared around them. The barrier blocked the sound waves and the girls felt a lot better after the barrier was set up. Ikaros, Astrea. Chuju wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and bitterly smiled. They are both strong, but why are they fighting so hard? It's not like they're enemies. This doesn't look like a duel anymore, right? Mikoto started getting anxious. This is a fight to the death. The rest of the girls were also worried. They didn't expect Ikaros and Astrea to be so ruthless. It didn't look like they were holding back. Just like Mikoto said, it looked like they were in a real fight. How can the girls not be worried? Perhaps this is the difference between our identities. Unlike the other girls, Yukari's face was indifferent. She said faintly, although it doesn't sound nice, in the hearts of battle tools like them, the so-called learning from each other should be no different from killing each other. Hearing Z's words, the group of people was startled and fell silent. All right, don't think too much about it. Wu Yen shook his head and patted Hinajuku and Mikoto, who are closest to him, on the shoulder. The current Ikaros and Astrea are no longer the Ikaros and Astrea of the past. I believe they have their own thoughts. With their personalities, even if they treat the sparring as a fight to the death, they would never go for the kill. Besides, Wu Yen glanced at Yukari and smiled. Even if there's an accident, Z is here. There won't be any problems, Ayaya. Yukari shook her head with a chuckle. This isn't an easy job. Yen sure knows how to find things for us to do. Despite her words, everyone could see the disdain in Yukari's eyes. In Yukari's eyes, a duel of this level is no different from a fight between children. Wu Yen and the others were speechless when they realized this. This young girl in front of him is probably even more reckless than Ikaros and Astrea, right? In the sky, the sound waves produced by the collision spread out. The surrounding countless flashing pink streams of light exploded one by one under the impact of the sound waves, exploding into nothingness. At the center of the collision, there was a wave of fire. A ray of light shot out and revealed Astrea's figure. It seems like even Ikaros Apollon couldn't escape unscathed when faced with Astrea's winged lightsaber that can shatter Aegis too. However, Astrea isn't completely unscathed. There aren't any obvious injuries on her body, but smoke is rising from her body. She was panting heavily and the hand holding the lightsaber was trembling. Even if Apollon can't win against the lightsaber, it still has the upper hand. This was to be expected. Apollon was Ikaros' strongest weapon other than Uranus. Even though Ikaros and Astrea were on par with each other and Astrea focused all of her strength on the sword, Ikaros was still superior in terms of destructive power due to her Angel of War. Chapter 1045. Astrea gasped for air with smoke coming out of her body. She looked at her trembling hands and then at Ikaros. She tightened her grip on her sword and shield. As an all-purpose angel, Astrea's sword can break through Ikaros' Aegis too, her shield can block Artemis too, and her speed can even reach the speed of light. She's not your average fighter. But because of this, Astrea's weakness is very obvious. Once the distance between them is pulled apart, even if she doesn't lose, she won't be able to get away with it. Even though Astrea gained long-range attacks after entering Pandora mode, it made up for this weakness. Unfortunately, Astrea's opponent this time is Ikaros. In terms of long-range attacks, who among the all-purpose angels can compare to the all-purpose angel known as the Queen of the Sky, Ikaros? Astrea's long-range attacks were nothing in front of Ikaros. They couldn't even cause her any trouble. That's why Astrea's long-range attacks were nothing. This is the difference between different models. This is also the reason why Ikaros has the upper hand over Astrea despite having the same level and equipment. It's not that Astrea is weaker than Ikaros, it's just that Ikaros can more or less restrain Astrea in terms of abilities. Astrea knew this was going to happen. This so-called equipment is about the same, is only if Ikaros doesn't use that thing. Astrea thought so, and it didn't take long before something happened. She saw something she didn't want to see the most. Connect. Her long pink hair fluttered in the wind. Ikaro's cold voice reverberated in the air. Following her voice, the two pairs of pink wings behind her seemed to have split apart, splitting into strips of fluorescent light. Like a line, it was as if the wings were being lined up. They reached into the void behind Ikaros. The next moment, a mechanical noise that sounded like it came from the horizon echoed in the air. Almost at the same time, lines of invisible veins appeared behind Ikaros. It looked like a door is opening. It caused ripples to appear in the space around it. Then, a gigantic object poked its head out from the void. Astrea looked up at the gigantic object that looked like a battle fortress. She lost her focus and muttered the name of the battle fortress. Uranus system. Era. On the ground. Seeing the Uranus system, Yukari exclaimed in amazement. She's going all out. She even brought out a fighter jet. This Ikaros. Wu Yan and the girls looked at each other, but they couldn't do anything about it. They sighed and focused their attention on the battle so that they can intervene if necessary. Ikaro-senpai is too scary. Astrea broke out in cold sweat. Her expression turned vicious. Don't think I'm afraid of you, I can get angry too, she said. Astrea tossed her shield aside and a blinding light enveloped her body. Ikaros has already brought out her trump card, the Uranus system, and it's one that's been enhanced by Pandora mode. That's no joke. It's because of the existence of the Uranus system that Ikaros has such a high status in Synapse. Ignoring the fact that Ikaros countered Astrea, in terms of pure strength and equipment, Ikaros and Astrea are on par. However, the existence of the Uranus system gave Ikaros the edge over Astrea in terms of pure strength. If it was before, facing Ikaros who used the Uranus system, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Astrea could only watch helplessly. But now, Astrea has her own trump card. The second evolution of the Pandora system. Ikaros already used the Uranus system. If Astrea holds back, she will lose for sure. As for Wu Yan's advice, Astrea already tossed it to the back of her mind. Bzzz. Under the intense light, Astrea's body was enveloped in a turbulent air current. The air around her screeched as she moved. She exploded in all directions with a muffled explosion. Astrea's light armor and battle uniform were nowhere to be seen. What replaced them was a blue ceremonial battle dress. Her golden hair was tied into a ponytail by the right side of her head. 2 pieces of feathered armor were pinned to the sides of her waist. She held a giant lightsaber in her hand. Astrea's eyes were wide open as she stared at Ikaros with a serious expression. The girls who haven't seen Astrea's second evolution before had a look of astonishment on their faces. Even Yukari was dumbfounded. Yukari was no exception. There was only one thought in their mind. Is that Astrea? No one would answer this question, and no one had the time to answer it, because in the next moment, everyone's attention was captured by the scene in midair. Ikaros seemed to have been waiting for Astrea to enter Pandora mode for her second evolution. When Astrea was done, Ikaros put on a cold expression and spread her arms. 4 arms of the Uranus system extended out from her back and extended towards Ikaros according to her limbs. Immediately after, the top of the 4-arm pillars flashed with condensed light spots. Moreover, the 4 light spots even connected together to form a circle of light. In the next moment, the Uranus system started to flow with electricity like a generator. The electricity condensed into the circle of light, and an extremely terrifying energy wave and aura of destruction spread out from the circle of light. Astrea narrowed her eyes and raised her lightsaber above her head. A stream of light appeared on the blade of the lightsaber. A whirlwind formed around the blade of the lightsaber. Then, an energy wave comparable to Ikaros spread out from the center of the blade. both of them are going for their strongest attack. Bzzz bzzz. As the two energy waves spread out, ripples appeared in the sky. Streams of air swirled around Ikaros' light and Estria's lightsaber. The two angels looked like two goddesses fighting for control of the world. It was a beautiful and stunning sight. In fact, the friction between the air currents even produced a few arm-thick fire bundles. SSS. Another sound of something melting rang out. The flame beam began to swirl together with the airflow. The moment it took shape, it began to rotate at a terrifying speed. The airflow that came into contact with the flame beam was like an iceberg that had fallen into a volcano. It was directly incinerated into smoke. It streaked across the air and spun in midair. Bzzz. The flames and air currents swirled together. Everyone could feel the destructive energy gathering at a crazy rate. On the ground, Wu Yan and Yukari's expression turned serious. They exchanged a look and nodded. At the same time, the sky and earth went silent. Ikaros and Estria jerked their heads up. As if responding to their actions, the light circle in front of Ikaros vibrated. A gigantic lightsaber as large as a heavenly pillar shot out from the light circle. It carried with it a terrifying destructive energy. Everywhere it passed, space crackled as if it couldn't withstand the pressure. It shot towards Estria like a pillar of fire. Estria shouted as she faced the incoming beam of light. The giant lightsaber expanded to its maximum size and slashed down on the beam of light. In an instant, the beam of light and the sword of light collided with each other. Kaboom! The violent roar was like a meteor falling from the sky, and the impact of the sound wave exploded. Mountains cracked and trees collapsed. It was like the end of the world. Chapter 1046. Kaboom! There was a loud bang in the sky. A shockwave mixed with a terrifying force exploded like an atomic bomb, violently exploding and sweeping out in all directions. The mountain peak closest to the epicenter of the impact was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Under the fluctuations of the shockwave, the mountain peak cracked inch by inch, all the way to the bottom of the mountain. The cracks even spread along the ground. For a moment, the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters was as if it had encountered an earthquake. No matter how tall and big the trees around the mountain peak were, they all fell down. The shockwave was comparable to a level 12 typhoon. It blew the surrounding area and all the trees fell down at the same time. Along with the atmosphere, small tornadoes were formed, wreaking havoc in the surrounding area. All the unlucky magical beasts living within a kilometer radius were blown away by the shockwave. They flew all over the sky, and their miserable cries reverberated in the air. However, they were quickly buried by the shockwave. They were blown far away along with the shockwave. No one knew if they were dead or alive. At the epicenter of the shockwave, a terrifying wave of fire was ignited. Scorching waves of fire followed the shockwave and swept out in all directions, evaporating wisps of air and sprinkling on the ground. Suddenly, regardless of whether it was the trees or the rocks, all of them burned under the attack of the waves of fire, causing the surroundings to become a real sea of fire. The mountain also became a real mountain of flames. Even the rocks were slowly being incinerated. Originally, there were still many white clouds in the sky. However, under the impact of this wave of fire, the white clouds in the sky were all blown away. There were no longer any traces of clouds in the sky. At least, there were none in the sky that could be seen. There aren't many people in the Spalier world who can pull off a clash of this level. They were confident enough to boast. They were confident enough to say that they can cause this. Other than the 5 demigods, there aren't more than 5 demigods. Clearly, this was not something an ordinary 9th stage powerhouse could accomplish. But now, this is a scene comparable to a natural disaster. It was caused by the collision of two young girls who had just reached the 9th stage not long ago. If this news gets out, the names Ikaros and Astrea will become popular in the next few days. They will be known by everyone in the Spalier world. However, under the impact of such a collision, it was unknown whether its owner was safe or not. The shockwave gradually calmed down. The flames in the sky also slowly dissipated. When the shockwave subsided, the scene has changed. The mountain peak, the trees, the ground, everything is burning. Rocks, loess, minerals, everything is cracked. The surrounding area is a sea of fire. There are only traces of scorch marks left. There are no signs of life within a kilometer radius. Fortunately, this collision occurred in the giant beast's forest. If it was outside, no matter which city it was in, it would be enough to cause a chilling amount of casualties. Under that impact just now, even a Tier 7 powerhouse might die, right? At the peak of the burning mountain. When the group of girls opened their eyes again, they discovered that they were already protected by a transparent barrier. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, only the area where they were standing was intact. The rest of the area was already in a state of chaos. Looking at the hellish scene around them, the girls looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Flander-chan was the only one who was excited. If it wasn't for the fact that Yoshino was nestled in her arms, this little girl who was equated with the destruction would have cheered, right? Violet was standing in front of all the girls. She was also the one who had built the barrier. She glanced around, shook her head, and sighed. It's rare to have such a well-developed forest. What a waste of the environment. The girls rolled their eyes at Yukari. Shokuho Misaki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry about the behemoth forest's environment. There are plenty of demonic beasts that can accelerate the growth of trees. This place will recover in a year or two, I see. Yukari nodded with a smile. Well, let's not worry about it then, ahaha. The girls laughed dryly. They quickly asked. By the way, where are Ikaros and Astrea? How are they? Yukari chuckled. She pointed behind the girls. The girls turned around and saw a ripple in space. Wu Yan appeared with a beautiful angel in each hand. The girls sighed in relief. However, their expressions changed when they saw Ikaros and Astrea's condition. Their bodies were covered in dust and their skin was charred black. Some of their clothes were torn apart while others were gone. They barely managed to cover Ikaros and Astrea's beautiful bodies. At first glance, they don't seem to have suffered any serious injuries, but the girls know that even with Wu Yan's help, the two of them are still in such a sorry state. If Wu Yan didn't come to their aid in time, even if they didn't die, they would have suffered grave injuries. Ikaros. Astrea. Hinajuku put her hands on her hips and scolded Astrea. You too. That's a little too much. The two angels raised their slightly dusty faces at the same time and looked at the angry girls. They looked at each other and lowered their heads. I'm sorry, I say, you guys. Mikoto's anger still hasn't subsided. She grumbled, it's just a spar, why are you guys so heavy-handed? Ikaros remained silent. Astrea tilted her head in confusion. Then, she smiled awkwardly. About that. I didn't know, unknowingly, you've gotten angry. Shokuho Misaki chuckled. Well, it's not hard to understand why Astrea is angry. But is Ikaros the same? Indeed, with Ikaros' personality, other than the time when Wu Yan was injured by the Beast King, she has never gotten angry, let alone gotten angry because of a fight. In fact, it's not that Ikaros is angry, it's just that, if I don't go all out. Ikaros said with a calm expression. If I don't go all out, I won't be Astrea's opponent, but that's just a friendly duel. Chuju rubbed her forehead. If it's just a friendly duel, Astrea won't go all out, right? That way, the conditions are still equal. Ikaros paused for a moment, the ahog on her head swayed back and forth. Then, she opened her mouth. Is that so? The girls nearly choked. Sigh. Yukari didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She sighed and started mumbling. Are all man-made angels this naive? When will the celestials and gods in Fantasy Village learn from them? You are one of a kind, Yukari. Wu Yan pressed his hand on the charred areas on Astria's body. His hand glowed with white light, and under the illumination of the white light, the charred areas on Astria's body healed up in a blink of an eye. That was the healing ability of the angel's holy light, other than the purification ability. Even though he didn't use the angelic holy light, or canon, Wu Yan can borrow a portion of his familiar's power. The angelic holy light is no exception. Plus, there's no need for canon to heal a burn of this level. Ikaros also has a self-healing system, she can heal her wounds on her own. Her healing ability is on par with canon's. He only needs to heal Astria, he doesn't need to spend as much effort. Among the angeloids, only Ikaros and Astria have the purest hearts. As for the others, while healing Astria, Wu Yan recalled the other angeloids like nymph and cows. His expression turned odd. They aren't bad, but in terms of personality, Ikaros and Astria are cuter. Ikaros and Astria blushed at the same time when they heard Wu Yan's words. Wu Yan didn't take it well when he saw this. Of course, I will have to change my impression of you two after this. You two aren't very obedient, I will have to give you some punishment. Punishment. Ikaros and Astria flinched. Rolling his eyes, Wu Yan's face flashed a grin that made Ikaros and Astria shiver in fear. Chapter 1047. It's nighttime, the moonlight tonight is warm and gentle, there were no stars in the sky, but they were like silver gauze as usual, sprinkling down from the sky. They brought with them a hint of coolness, but there was no coldness. They followed their owner's movements in the sky, illuminating the earth to their heart's content, dragging out the shadows of all living things in the night. Even though the air is cold, the bonfires that are set up at regular intervals are still burning, driving away most of the coldness in the camp. The patrolling guards feel very comfortable tonight. These low-level soldiers don't know that the atmosphere in the campsite is the exact opposite of what they are feeling right now. It's like a storm is brewing. Many of the higher-ups could not forget the day when the leader returned to the camp with the corpses of the other members of the team and reported what had happened. Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi have already reported this matter to the Ailu Empire's imperial family and their families. What should they do now? What should they do now? They can only wait here for news. However, whether it was Pelosi, Bingling, or Bishi, they all had a feeling. The water in the behemoth forest is getting murkier and murkier. Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi couldn't sleep at all. While the patrolling guards were enjoying the night's peace, Pelosi and Bingling felt that it was just a prelude to a storm. While Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi, as well as the higher-ups in the campsite can't sleep because of the behemoth forest, Wu Yan is enjoying himself. If someone were to approach Wu Yan's tent right now, they would notice that there's a strange noise inside the large tent. There are some strange noises, rapid panting, sensual moans that would make one's heart beat faster, and sounds of objects colliding with each other at an extremely fast speed. There's even the sound of water splashing. It's all mixed together, echoing faintly inside Wu Yan's tent. However, as long as they were within 5 meters of the tent, they would be able to hear these sounds. Of course, if someone really came within 5 meters of the tent, then the noises in the tent would stop, and not a single sound would come out. However, the person who caused the noises to stop will receive the cruel revenge of a certain wolf the next day. Amidst the faintly discernible noises, several naked figures were entangled together in an extremely intense hand-to-hand combat. If one were to listen carefully, one would be able to tell that the hurried panting sound came from a male figure, while the blushing and heartbeat moaning sound came from 2 other slender figures. As time passed, the hand-to-hand combat became more and more intense. The result was that the two moans became more and more pleasing to the ear, more and more resounding, and their breathing became more and more rapid. Finally, the sound of begging for mercy started echoing in the campsite. Unfortunately, the guy who was fighting with the owner of the moans became more and more excited. Not only did he not pay attention to the owner of the moans, he became more and more conceited. His movements became more and more intense, increasing the intensity of the hand-to-hand combat. As a result, the owners of the two moans were scared out of their wits. After a long panting, they surrendered, inside the tent. The three figures tensed up their bodies at the same time. Only after a long time did they relax at a speed visible to the naked eye. They lay down on the sheets, unable to get up again. Phew. Hugging two extremely elastic bodies, Wu Yan let out a long breath. His face was refreshed. The only thing missing was the word refreshed on his face. On the other hand, the two girls lying in his arms were flushed red. They kept panting as if all the energy in their body was sucked out of them. Their eyes were filled with pleasure and exhaustion. Even the wings on their back were trembling. It seems like they still haven't recovered from the lingering effects of the lovemaking. Their faces were filled with intoxication. Seeing the intoxicated expressions on Ikaros and Estria's faces, Wu Yan felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Even though this isn't the first time he rolled in the sheets with these two angels, every time he did it, Wu Yan would feel a sense of accomplishment. It's not just a little strong, it's not like he hasn't done it with different girls before. In fact, the first time he did it, he already did it with Chuju and Mikoto. Of course, the feeling he had with Chuju and Mikoto was unforgettable. Speaking of accomplishment, among the girls, it's only with these two angels that he feels so strong. After all, both Ikaros and Estria have the best figures among the girls. They're in the lead among all the girls. Maybe Yukari can, but Wu Yan doesn't have the guts to taste Yukari's body. Plus, when he's making love with Ikaros and Estria, the two girls would switch to Pandora mode under Wu Yan's request. The stimulation it gave Wu Yan isn't any weaker than when he was with Kurumi. Don't think this is a low evaluation, it's actually a high evaluation. Kurumi is a crazy person. Every time she does it with Wu Yan, she'll summon multiple copies of herself. Her goal is to squeeze Wu Yan dry. She'll take turns and there will be no less than 5 copies of her each time. That's why when he's with Kurumi, he won't stop until he's completely exhausted. One could only imagine how crazy that would be. Recalling the time when he did that with Kurumi, Wu Yan's heart started to heat up. Then, he realized that it's not a good idea to think about other girls at this time. He shook his head to get rid of the heat in his heart. Wu Yan caressed the two angels' soft backs and listened to their breathing. He's really thankful to Daedalus for creating such good girls. Thinking about Daedalus, Wu Yan had an idea. He opened his mouth. Hey, Ikaros, Estria, do you want to go home? Home. The two girls were confused. They didn't know what he meant by home. Wu Yan explained. It means you want to go back to your original world. What do you think? Do you want to? Wu Yan asked this question out of consideration for Ikaros and Estria's feelings. After all, they lived in this world for a long time. It's been a while since they last went back. It's hard not to miss it. After Wu Yan explained, Ikaros and Estria understood what he meant. They shook their heads and hugged Wu Yan tightly with a panicked look on their faces. No, 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 no. Estria doesn't want to go back to home. Estria shouted. I don't want to go back to a place without master. Me too. Ikaros's voice was soft but firm. Ikaros, I will only follow master, you too. Wu Yan shook his head. He scratched their noses. You make it sound like I'm chasing you back. That's not the case. I'm just asking if you want to go back to your original world. If you want, I will accompany you. I won't abandon you, The two girls sighed in relief. Astrea even puffed up her cheeks. Master is so mean, he only knows how to scare people. It's your own misunderstanding. Wu Yan knocked Astrea's head with an amused look. So, what do you think? Do you want to go back? Ikaros and Astrea looked at each other and went silent. In fact, their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. Ikaros and Astrea didn't have any feelings for Synapse. They were nothing but weapons, tools to be ordered around by their master. Their current life was nothing compared to their current one. If possible, they didn't want to go back. But when they thought about the person who created them, they hesitated. No matter what, Daedalus is their mother. It's impossible for them not to want to see her. This includes Ikaros, who just got her first taste of love. Wu Yan understood their silence and kissed their foreheads. Whenever you want to go back, just let me know, I will go with you. Wu Yan revealed a gentle smile. After all, I want to thank Daedalus for creating such wonderful people like you and giving me the chance to meet you. The two girls felt warmth in their hearts. They nodded and snuggled into Wu Yan's embrace. They closed their eyes and enjoyed this rare moment of warmth. Chapter 1048. Morning, Master. Ikaros placed a cup of black tea in front of Wu Yan and quietly retreated behind him. This scene was very common during normal times. After all, Ikaros was the type of person who only knew how to contribute silently. But today, Ikaros is acting a little different. Because other than silently sacrificing herself, Ikaros's cheeks are flushed red as well. Ikaros fared better than the rest. Astrea, who stood beside Ikaros, looked even worse. She kept lowering her head and her body was wriggling unnaturally. She looked like she didn't want anyone to see her. She was one step away from running away from the scene. They couldn't be blamed for this. It was believed that if it was anyone else at the scene, they would have the same reaction when faced with the gazes of a group of young ladies. Wu Yan is the only one who picked up the tea in front of him and tasted it carefully. His calm demeanor made the girls even more enraged. Then, Chuju closed her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She spoke to Wu Yan with a suppressed voice. Don't you think you should explain what's going on? What's going on? Situation. Wu Yan blinked as if he didn't understand what she meant. What's going on? Isn't this the same as usual? Yes, indeed, they look the same as usual. Mikoto took a deep breath, she pointed at Ikaros and Astrea and yelled out. But what's up with those clothes? Glancing at Ikaros and Astrea, the other girls also looked at Wu Yan with dissatisfied gazes. It's obvious that they want Wu Yan to explain himself. Not for anything else but because. Today, both Ikaros and Astrea are wearing maid outfits. The kind with a low cut and miniskirt. You really do have this kind of hobby, huh? Kanuhata Sai sighed with a sorrowful voice, as if she was in the same situation. Not only her, even Frenda and Takitsubu Riku had a look of defeat on their faces. Thinking back to the past. Didn't Wu Yan abduct the three of them back home to be his maids? Hobby. Hinajuku and Mikoto seemed to have recalled the time when Kanuhata Sai and the other two were working as maids in Academy City. Their faces darkened as they looked at Wu Yan with an unfriendly expression. Ah la la la. Kurumi's eyes curved into crescents as she tapped her lips pitifully. Should I go and change into a maid's outfit as well? Yes, Ma. Shokuho Misaki beamed at Wu Yan. Yen-chan. If you really have such a hobby, you can tell us and we can satisfy you. What are you talking about? Wu Yan turned his head away awkwardly to hide his hesitation. It's not a hobby, it's just a punishment for not knowing the severity of your actions, punishment. Kotori pursed her brows and looked at Wu Yan with a half-smile. Didn't you already punish them last night? Kotori's words echoed in the room. The air in the tent instantly froze. Ahahaha. Wu Yan laughed when he saw the unfriendly looks on the girls' faces. Well, it's just to deepen their impression. This way, they will think twice before acting the next time, right? Hee hee. Mikoto chuckled coldly. I think this is just a hobby of yours, right? Mikoto-chan. For a split second, Wu Yan's expression froze before he turned to Mikoto with a wide grin. Do you want to be punished as well? Looking at Wu Yan's deadpan grin, Mikoto started feeling a bit guilty. Is he really going to punish me? The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt. Mikoto knows Wu Yan very well, so she didn't think that he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. She didn't say anything else and she looked at Shokuho Misaki with a giggle. I didn't think Misaka-san would be afraid of little Yan's punishment. Who's afraid? Mikoto felt guilty but she wouldn't admit it. I just don't think it's right to do it. Yes. That's right. Is that so? Shokuho Misaki's starry eyes seemed to be able to read Mikoto's mind. She narrowed her eyes and pulled out a remote from her bag. Aiming at Mikoto, he pressed down hard. Boom ! The sound of something hitting something echoed in the tent. Mikoto looked like she was hit by something. She held her head and cried out in pain. At the same time, lightning flashed around Mikoto's body. Ayaya, if only my ability worked on Misaka-san, then I would know what you're thinking. Shokuho Misaki put away the remote and sighed. It's still as troublesome as ever. The electromagnetic barrier, you bastard. Mikoto was furious. It's been so long, and you still haven't changed your bad taste. How can you say it's a bad taste? Misaka-san. Shokuho Misaki shook her finger and winked at Mikoto. This is my special love. Oh, I don't need your love. You're right. Misaka-san only needs Yeno-san's love, she doesn't need anyone else's. I want Yeno-san's love too. Who needs his love? Misaka-san, you're being a tsundere again, you're the tsundere. Your whole family is tsundere. You don't want to admit it. Then Misaka-san, do you have the guts to remove your electromagnetic barrier and let me see your true thoughts? Looks like you don't have the guts, don't repeat yourself. I won't let that annoying ability of yours work on me. That's where you're wrong. I'm seriously asking for your opinion. Or, are you feeling guilty, Misaka-san? No. I'm not. Then let me see what you're thinking. Don't make your own decisions. Don't even think about it. So you're feeling guilty then? Am I right? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Whoa. Misaka-san is so scary. Mikoto screamed and Shokuho Misaki threw herself into Wu Yan's arms with tears streaming down her cheeks. Yen-san, if Misaka-san wants to teach me a lesson, you have to protect me, you bastard. Mikoto's body trembled again and again. She resisted the urge to explode and sat down with a face full of anger. She grabbed a piece of bread in front of her and started eating like crazy. She's probably turning her anger into appetite, venting out the frustration in her heart. You too. Wu Yan face-bombed when he saw Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki eating happily. It's been so long, but you two are still so stubborn. This is different from before. Shokuho Misaki didn't leave Wu Yan's embrace. She looked at him and she grinned from ear to ear. Before, we were fighting for status, now we're fighting for attention. I don't see how you're fighting for attention. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and placed his finger on Shokuho Misaki's cheeks. You're just trying to make fun of Mikoto, right? Shokuho Misaki gasped, but her eyes were full of smiles. You found out. Mikoto, who was eating her bread, froze on the spot. Her body trembled and she started panting. She clenched her fist and crushed the bread in her hand. "I'll endure. I'll endure." Wu Yan and the other girls looked at each other helplessly. They bitterly laughed, but they knew that this is just Mikoto and Shokuhu Misaki's way of interacting with each other. They didn't say anything about it, so they decided to just watch the drama unfold. At this moment, a Misaka girl walked into the tent with 3 other people behind her. "Onie-sama, we have guests." Inside the tent, all the noises died down in an instant. Everyone looked at the entrance of the tent and saw the 3 people walking behind Misaka's sister. Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi. Chapter 1049. Seeing Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi's arrival, the group of girls didn't seem surprised at all. They all looked at them and stopped joking around. In a situation where it's just his own people, he can do whatever he wants. But now that there's an outsider here, if he continues to cause a ruckus, not only will it be inappropriate, more importantly, Wu Yan's reputation will be tarnished. Although he doesn't really care about face and whatnot, he's still a man after all. It's okay if he doesn't care about it, but the girls can't let him lose face. This is also a sign of the girls' gentleness towards him. As for Pelosi, Bingling and Bishi, after entering the tent, they looked around at the girls. Looking at all the beautiful and youthful girls in the tent, they couldn't help but feel jealous of Wu Yan. Any one of the girls here had the capital to be a heartthrob. In addition, with their strength and ability, if any one of them was willing to join the 3 great families, or even the royal family, they would be put in an important position. In the future, their status would definitely not be lower than an ordinary empire's princess. But now, this group of people who have both looks and power are gathered around Wu Yan. And every one of them seems to have an ambiguous relationship with him. Pelosi and the other 2 are normal men, how can they not be jealous? Of course, they know that their jealousy is unnecessary. If Wu Yan was a good-for-nothing who only knows how to rely on women, they wouldn't be jealous, they'd be looking down on him. Unfortunately, Wu Yan isn't a good-for-nothing. On the contrary, he's the most dazzling person in the Spalier world. He's about the same age as Bingling and Bishi. It's only been a few months. In the Spalier World Academy, he went from a nobody to the strongest in the academy. He's able to fight against the princes of the Faya and Baruba empires without losing. A few months ago, he was only a rank 7 student. After a few months, he's suspected to have reached rank 9. He even killed the second-in-command of the Saito and Ladin families, causing the entire Ailu Empire to tremble. The academy even called for a meeting to discuss this matter. In the end, they couldn't do anything to him. He has no background and there's nothing special about him, but he's highly valued by the Ailu Empire's emperor and the Lori family. He even managed to become the fiancé of the most dazzling princess in the Ailu Empire, Princess Sylph. But that's not all. The most important thing is that he has a demigod who can defeat a beast king. Isn't that enough to make him the most dazzling person in the Spalier world? Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi are jealous of Wu Yan, but they didn't complain. After all, Wu Yan has the right to enjoy such treatment. Fortunately, Violet was still sleeping. Otherwise, if they saw a demigod realm expert here with their own eyes, then the jealousy in their hearts would probably explode. He's here. Wu Yan didn't know what Pelosi and the others were thinking. He smiled when he saw the 3 people in charge of the camps coming towards him. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Pelosi, Bingling and Bishi looked at each other before looking at Wu Yan. Did you ask us to come here because you have news about that strange black light? Wu Yan shook his head and his expression turned serious. I called you here because I have a favor to ask of you. Pelosi and the others' hearts skipped a beat when they saw the serious look on Wu Yan's face. If even Wu Yan is treating this matter with such seriousness, it's definitely not a simple matter. The faces of the 3 leaders of the camps turned solemn and they asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" If we can help, we will definitely. That's great. Wu Yan's serious expression crumbled as if he just saw his savior. Before the three people in charge could react, he reached under the table and pulled out a creature. He threw it on the table and pointed at it with a hopeful expression before opening his mouth. Please send this troublesome fellow back. Pelosi and the others were stunned. At the same time, the creature in Wu Yan's mouth let out a woo-woo sound and started wriggling. It struggled with all its might, banging its head against the table and successfully waking the three up. Unfortunately, the awakening was only temporary. When the three of them saw the true appearance of the thing squirming on the table, their eyes widened at the same time. This is... The ice spirit slowly opened her mouth and cried out involuntarily. Princess Rena. Bishi was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed that the person who was tossed onto the table was Rena. Her mouth was stuffed with a rag and she was looking at Wu Yan with hatred. His eyes almost fell to the ground. Is it really Princess Rena? Why is she here? Pelosi couldn't stay calm anymore. And in such a manner, as expected of a member of one of the three great families, I knew this guy. Wu Yan grinned at Pelosi and the other two. He couldn't wait to tell them what to do. Then I'll have to trouble you to send her back. Please. Wu Yan's tone is one of sincerity. It's as if Pelosi and the other two don't agree, he would even kneel down. This made Pelosi and company who have never seen him like this feel even more surreal. You asked us to come here. Bishi pointed at the struggling Rena with uncertainty. You want us to send Princess Rena back? What else do you think it is? Wu Yan snickered. Since you guys know her, you should know how troublesome she can be, right? Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi looked at each other speechlessly when they heard Wu Yan's words. They thought it was something important, they didn't expect it to turn out like this. Well, Rena's personality is famous in the Spalier World Academy. Not only is she a lesbian who is madly in love with Sylph, but she also hates men. Even if she doesn't hate them, she won't be nice to them either. Bingling and Bishi have heard more than once about a male student who called out Sylph's name in his dreams and was hung up on the arena tower by Rena the next day. It's not an exaggeration to say that Rena is a little devil. Bingling and Bishi thought back to the time when Rena took a leave of absence for a few months and the male students even held a celebratory banquet to celebrate her absence. They started to understand why Wu Yan did this. However, Wu Yan is destined to be disappointed. Even though we really want to help you. Bishi said with a gloating tone when Wu Yan was hoping that the three camp leaders would take Rena away. But I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do this time. Pelosi and Bingling nodded their heads. Wu Yan was dumbfounded by this. Why? It's just sending a person back. That shouldn't be hard for you, right? Wu Yan raised his voice. Are you worried that something will happen to this camp? Don't worry, I will protect this camp while you're away. I'll make sure it'll be fine when you return. You're thinking too much. Pelosi laughed at Wu Yan. It's not because we can't help you, it's because we can't help. Wu Yan didn't understand. Seeing this, Pelosi said directly, even you can't control Princess Rena. Do you think we can make her listen to us and leave with us? What's so hard about that? Wu Yan's forehead dripped with sweat. An ugly smile appeared on his face. Look, isn't she very obedient right now? Why don't you just throw her on the airship and send her back to the Academy or Fey Empire? We're not as brave as you are. The three laughed bitterly. She is a princess. If we treat her like this, not only will the Emperor of the Fey Empire do something to us, the Patriarch will definitely kick us out first. Dejected, Wu Yan asked again. Is there no other way? Pelosi and the other two were silent. After a long while, Pelosi suddenly raised his head. Have you heard of the Land of Gods? Chapter 1050. Land of Gods. Other than Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi, everyone else in the tent was stunned. Wu Yan exchanged glances with the girls. He could see the doubt and seriousness in their eyes. Even Reina, who was causing a ruckus on the table, quieted down. For a moment, the tent was silent, only the faint sound of breathing could be heard. Not for anything else, it was because of that word. Gods. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yan looked at Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi standing in front of him. He tapped the table rhythmically. The atmosphere in the tent became heavy. The land of gods, huh? Wu Yan lowered his head, and after a moment of silence, he opened his mouth. Since it has something to do with the word God, then this so-called land of the gods shouldn't be simple, right? Something special. Pelosi sighed. It's more than that. In the eyes of the three empires, this land of gods might be even more important than the Spalier World Academy. Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Can you elaborate? Pelosi lowered his head for a moment before raising it again. Have you ever wondered why the three empires have been so strong for so long? Wu Yan and Co frowned when they heard this. Although Pelosi's words were somewhat disrespectful, it was still suspicious. But it was also a very correct point of view. Everyone knows that there are three empires in the Spalier world. Ever since humans gained consciousness and started cultivating, the Spalier world has been around for hundreds of millions of years. In that long history, there were only three empires: the Ailu Empire, the Fea Empire, and the Baruba Empire. These three empires have existed in the Spalier world for tens of thousands of years, if not hundreds of thousands of years. But after tens of thousands of years, the three empires have been around for a long time. Since ancient times, when there is prosperity, there is decline. That is the most basic rule. No matter what kind of force it was. Even the empire. After such a long period of time, they had been at the top of the Spalier world for so long. They had never declined. Furthermore, the three empires had always maintained a balance. They had suppressed the other powers for so long. It was strange that no fourth empire had appeared. Ever since the establishment of the three great empires, there would be three big families under each of the empires. Pelosi's tone seemed to be a little ethereal. There was even a hint of sorrow in his tone. However, the three major clans aren't fixed. In the long history of the empire, the three major clans have been constantly changing. Some of them declined and were dragged down by others. Some of them became powerful and occupied one of the three positions. Although the frequency of change isn't very frequent, it's definitely uncountable. That's right, the three major clans aren't fixed. In such a long history, the three major clans have been constantly changing. But Pelosi took a deep breath. No force can avoid a decline, but the three empires have not. For a long time, they have been at the top of the world. The fundamental reason is because of the land of gods. With Pelosi's explanation, Wu Yan and the others gradually understood what the land of gods was. To put it bluntly, the land of gods was just a trick between the three gods who established the three great empires. Even Pelosi understood the logic of prosperity and decline. How could the three gods who aspired to be at the top of the world not understand? In order to prevent the empires that they worked so hard to establish from being destroyed in the future, it was necessary to provide some protection for the empires. But what should they do to ensure that the empires would not decline and not be destroyed? In the real world, it should be very difficult to prevent an empire from declining. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was impossible. However, in the Spalier world where the strong were respected, it became a possibility. Because as long as the power of the royal family was able to suppress the other powers, no matter how big the storm, it would not be able to blow away the status of the empire. But this is no doubt a whimsical thing to do. The reason why a force would decline is because there is a lack of manpower within the force. The later generations can no longer keep up with the need to maintain the strength of the force. They do not have enough ability to maintain the position of the force and develop the force. Therefore, the strength of the force will continue to decline until it is lost. Since there are geniuses in this world, then there must be trash as well. No force can guarantee that there will be no trash in their force, and no force can guarantee that there will always be geniuses in their force. Once there are no more geniuses, then there will be more trash. Naturally, the force will decline. It is the same for empires. That is why it is said to be a whimsical thing to do. Fortunately, the ones who established the three great empires were the gods. In order to ensure that the imperial family could maintain their power as the strongest faction in the world, the three divine beings traveled all over the world of Silveria and collected all the treasures, items that could improve one's aptitude and strength. They were left for their descendants to use to ensure that the imperial family could last for a long time. Thus, the land of gods was born. Every once in a while, the younger generation and even the older generation of the royal family of the three great empires would go to the land of gods in search of opportunities to improve themselves. This is also why the top few in the Spalier World Academy rankings are always members of the royal family. This was also the reason why, after so many years, behind the three great empires, there would definitely be a demigod expert as the guardian god. This is why Pelosi said that the land of gods is more important than the Spalier World Academy to the three great empires. I think the reason Princess Rena asked for leave is to go to the land of gods, right? Pelosi glanced at Rena, who was on the table. There are two conditions to enter the place of God's spirits. One is that you must be a member of one of the three royal families. The other is that you must be at least at the 6th level. Before she applied for leave, Princess Rena was still at the peak of the 5th level. However, the place of God's spirits will open again soon. In order to let Princess Rena enter the place of God's spirits, the Fey Emperor must have prepared some treasure for her to use. That's why she applied for leave. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at Rena. Rena immediately snorted and turned her head away. It seemed that Pelosi was right. Wu Yan shook his head with a chuckle. Then, he was puzzled. I didn't expect there to be such a secret in the Spalier world. Why are you bringing this up? Don't you want Princess Rena to go back? Pelosi didn't mince his words. The land of gods will open soon. The three great empires should be there already. It's useless even if you send Princess Rena back to the Fey Empire. You might as well bring her with you. What? Wu Yan was shocked. You want me to bring this girl with me to the land of gods? Going to the land of gods is very important to every member of the imperial family. Pelosi sighed. Do you want to delay Princess Rena's future? Hey, don't make it sound like I'm doing something I shouldn't do. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. If it's that important, then let her go. She wouldn't give up on going to the land of gods just to get back at me, would she? Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi had strange expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Wu Yan had a bad feeling about this. What? What do you mean by this? The three looked at Wu Yan with pity. Pelosi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like you don't know how much Princess Rena loves Princess Sylph. Why don't you try letting her go and see if she'll leave obediently? You're trying to say. Wu Yan put on a fake smile. She might even give up on going to the land of gods just to get back at me. Based on my understanding of Princess Rena, I'm afraid. Speechless, he asked the heavens. Only members of the imperial family can go to the land of gods. Since you're Princess Sylph's fiancé, you're considered a member of the imperial family. I suggest you go. Who knows, maybe you'll find something. Pelosi, Bingling, and Bishi left after saying that. Wu Yan and the others were left speechless as they watched Rena struggle to get up. Chapter 1051. Let's go then. Yukari, who woke up and came to the tent, listened to Wu Yan and Ko's explanation of what happened. Everyone was stunned by her words. Really? Are we really going? Wu Yan looked at Yukari in surprise. He couldn't believe that she would say something like that. That so-called land of divine spirits was left behind by the god-level powerhouses who founded the three great empires for their descendants. Since the things inside can guarantee that the three great empires will not decline for a long time, and even guarantee that the demigod guardian god will continue to be passed down, then it must be incomparably important. Why would they let me go in there? Didn't you just say it yourself? Pelosi said you're the fiancé of the princess, you're a member of the royal family. Yukari covered half of her face with a paper fan. Then it's reasonable for you to go in there, right? Yukari, do you think I can go in there as well? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Logically speaking, that's right. However, I'm still a person without royal blood. I'm only the fiancé of a princess. Furthermore, we're only engaged. We haven't even gotten married yet. Do you think that the people of the three empires would allow a person without royal blood and the fiancé of a princess to enter such an important place? You're right. Shokuhu Misaki, who had been standing behind Wu Yan, said thoughtfully. There are three god-level experts' resources in the land of gods for their descendants. Even if other things can be used continuously, there is a limited amount of consumables like heavenly and earthly treasures that can be consumed. The Empire's people shouldn't let a princess's fiancé use those precious things, right? Maybe that's true. Yukari shook her head. But Xiao Yan doesn't really want to go to that god's spiritual land. He just wants to send that little girl back. The people of the Empire wouldn't refuse to give him a princess, right? Everyone was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on them. You're right. Shokuhu Misaki said in a self-deprecating manner. It's not like he wants to go into the divine lands. Why would he want to go in there? Is this what they mean by being too smart for your own good? Kotori sighed. Even I have a habit of thinking about how to enter the divine lands. I didn't think that brother didn't want to go to the divine lands at all. The girls nodded in agreement, making Yukari laugh. Wu Yan is the only one who still has a bitter expression on his face as he sighed helplessly. That's what I thought, but... He flipped his hand and a scroll appeared in his hand. The girls saw the scroll in front of them. But... Because of this, I have no choice but to make a trip to the land of God. Why? Yukari looked at the scroll. What is this? Wu Yan didn't answer. Instead, he opened up the scroll in his hand. The contents of the scroll were exposed to the air and the girls could see it clearly. This is... Hinajiku and Mikoto leaned their heads closer to the scroll. They looked at each other in surprise. A map. NN. Wu Yan nodded and he placed the map on the table. Lana, who was struggling on the table, crawled over. She glanced at the map and she lost interest in it. Obviously. Rina recognized the map. Shokuhu Misaki, who saw Rina's reaction, smiled and said, "This map, it should be the map of the Holy Land, right?" "That's right." Wu Yan nodded. "This is the map Pelosi left for me before he left." Wu Yan pointed at a red dot on the map. "This is the Divine Lands." Hearing this, all the girls moved their heads to the top of the map. They looked at the map. And... Yukari glanced at the map and looked at Wu Yan. "Why do you have to go to the Divine Lands because of this map?" The girls looked at Wu Yan in confusion. They didn't believe that Wu Yan wanted to go because of the treasures in the Divine Lands. Although the treasures in the land of God's spirits could ensure that the three empires would not decline for tens of thousands of years, they relied on battles to increase their strength. As long as there were battles, they would be able to fight. As long as they get enough experience points, they can become stronger. Treasures can't compare to that. Secondly, no matter how good the treasures in the divine lands are, they can't compare to the treasures in the divine lands. Can they be better than the system's items? Obviously, it was impossible. If Wu Yan said he wanted to exchange the treasures for points, the girls would have believed him. But looking at Wu Yan, it's clear that he's not going to the domain of gods for this reason. Looking at the confused looks on the girls' faces, Wu Yan rubbed his forehead in frustration. You didn't forget, right? I learned about it from Ailu's projection in the Ailu Empire's treasury. The girls furrowed their brows. Yukari narrowed her eyes and she asked Wu Yan. Little Yen, you mentioned that a projection of a god told you that Silveria is going to face a great calamity in the future, am I right? Yes. Yes. Wu Yan said with a complicated tone. The god gave me the ring of power and a map. He told me that if there is a catastrophe in the Spalier world, I can take the ring of power with me and search for the key to unlock it. Ring of power. Map. Key. A few of the smarter girls, Yukari, Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Kotori, and Kurumi seemed to have guessed something. Their expressions changed. Wu Yan smiled helplessly at the girls' reaction. Seems like you girls have guessed it. Turning around, he looked at the map on the table and he enunciated his words clearly into the girls' ears. The map that God Ailu gave me is exactly the same as this map of the land of gods. In other words, inhaling a breath of cold air, he glanced at the girls whose expressions changed. Finally, he shifted his gaze to Yukari, who narrowed her eyes. Wu Yan opened his mouth in a low voice. The key to the ring of power that Ailu mentioned should be in the land of gods. Wu Yan's speech silenced the crowd. Lana was the only one who kept whimpering. Her eyes were filled with shock. What did she just hear? Ailu. God. Ring of power. Catastrophe. What's going on? Lana couldn't ignore what Wu Yan told her. Her body was tied up and her mouth was gagged. She could only shout as loudly as she could to get help from the others. Unfortunately, the others were too absorbed in Wu Yan's words to forget about Lana. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought this up in front of her. Looks like we need to confirm it. Yukari spoke first. Her crystal-like eyes turned to Wu Yan. Little Yen, if that's the case, I think you should go to the Holy Land. I want to, but didn't I just say it? Wu Yan looked like he had a headache. It's impossible for the imperial family to allow me to enter the land of gods. No matter what, you have to go. Yukari waved her fan calmly. Go see if there's a chance. If there's a chance, you can go in. Ah. Wu Yan frowned. I'm not against it, but Yukari, aren't you coming with me? Yukari. Didn't you say only the imperial family can go? Yukari chuckled. I'm not from the imperial family. Yukari, you're joking. Wu Yan shook his head. If you want to go somewhere, no one in this world can stop you. Purple slowly withdrew her smile and let out a sigh. No matter how powerful I am, I'm still just a demigod. Since the land of the gods is a place built by the gods with their great power, it's impossible for them to not have any means to guard against invasions. Although I'm also a little interested in breaking such means, it's best if I can achieve my goal without having to make a move. So, little Yen, you should go and take a look first. She opened the paper fan in her hand again and covered her mouth. A light flashed in her purple eyes. If we really don't have the chance to enter, then at that time, we'll go and meet this so-called place of gods. Everyone looked at each other and solemnly nodded their heads. Chapter 1052. The Spalier world is actually very similar to Earth. It's not that the Spalier world is a planet, the Spalier world is just a flat surface. However, the surface area of this plane was more than 10 times larger than the surface area of the Earth. Moreover, the topography was completely incomparable. Whether it was in terms of shape or fundamental nature, the difference between the two could be said to be unimaginable. At the very least, people on Earth know that if you go through the sky and the atmosphere, you'll be in outer space, the universe. However, if you ask someone from the spalier world what's outside the spalier world sky, 99% of them will think you're an idiot, the other 0.1% will be the real idiot. To the people of the spalier world is everything, the sky is the sky, the earth is the earth. No one ever thought about what's outside the sky, no one ever tried to find out where the sun and moon are or how far away they are from the spalier world. There are no rockets or spaceships here. Even though Silveria is home to many cultivators and any one of them could easily become the overlord of the humans on Earth, there is a saying that goes, where there are gains, there are losses. Without technology, Silveria is, in some ways, a backward world. If that's the case, why do people say that the spalier world is similar to Earth? The reason is that the spalier world is just like Earth, it's made up of land and ocean. However, the composition of the spalier world's land and ocean is very simple. If you think of the spalier world as a flat surface, then the spalier world's continent is at the center. It's about 40% of the world's surface area, the other 60% is all ocean. A flat surface ocean. As for the land of gods, it was located right above this ocean. In the sky above the boundless ocean, on the similarly boundless horizon, an airship that was far different from the airship, but gave off an even more awe-inspiring feeling than the airship, tore through the air with a series of deafening sounds. Piercing through the atmosphere, it went against the strong wind pressure and whizzed past. That's Fraxinus. Wu Yan is standing in front of Fraxinus' command room, looking at the map of the land of gods in his hand. He's also looking at the projection of the endless ocean on the screen. His heart is pounding. The last time he saw an ocean was in Bloodlust Rampage World. Itagami Island was located on the ocean. It was easy to see the ocean on Itagami Island. Even though the ocean in front of him was no different from the ocean in the Blood Frenzy world and the ocean in other dungeon worlds, it gave him a strange sense of novelty. Wu Yan's heart surged with the thought. Maybe it's because Wu Yan knows that somewhere in front of Fraxinus, there's a place created by the gods. Even though gods aren't omnipotent in the minds of humans, they're not omnipotent. Being able to create a world and create human beings, the gods here were only at the pinnacle of power. However, it was precisely because of this that they didn't feel illusory and made people feel more reverence for the word gods. Wu Yan. He's no exception. Of course, respect is respect. If there's a real god standing in front of Wu Yan won't be afraid. After all, it's just a cultivation realm. However, Wu Yan is still curious about the place created by gods. Beep beep beep. While Wu Yan's heart was racing, a beeping sound came from the command center. Wu Yan's high-spirited expression crumbled. He was speechless. He turned around and looked at Kotori's seat on the commander's platform. He saw a curious girl pressing the buttons on the commander's platform like a child who found a new toy. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she listened to the sound effects of the buttons. Wu Yan felt even more helpless when he saw this. I say, little princess, can't you stop for a moment? It's been a few days since we set off from the Ailu Empire's giant beast forest camp. You've been pressing here and there every day, aren't you tired of it? But didn't you say these are the equipment to control the airship? Reina continued to press on the button with great interest. This princess has never controlled an airship before, let alone such a cool one. I have to give it a try. I told you, I'm the only one who can control this airship. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Without my permission, you won't be able to control this airship even if you press the buttons until your hands go numb. Hurry up and give me your permission then. Lana said in a matter-of-fact manner. Wu Yan was infuriated. Even if I give you permission, do you know how to control it? Wu Yan looked at Lana with disdain. You don't know anything. If I let you control it, Fraxinus would have fallen a long time ago. You dare look down on this princess? Lana furrowed her brows and glared at Wu Yan with a look that says, I am very angry. Wu Yan responded with a look of disdain. Yes, I did. What are you going to do about it? You. Lana raised her hand angrily. A small whirlwind appeared in her hand. Looks like words won't hurt anyone. This little brat is going to use force. It's a pity that this ambition of his crumbled when he saw Wu Yan taking out a rope with a mocking expression. He could only snort to express his anger. Why do I have to go to the domain of gods with a bastard like you? Lana sighed sadly. How nice would it be if Big Sister Yukari and Big Sister Ikaros came too? Don't even think about it. They're not royalty. They'll only cause trouble if they come. Wu Yan snapped. Sylph should be in the domain of gods too, right? Why are you going to the farthest? That's right. Rena's eyes lit up, and she beamed. Big Sister Sylph is in the domain of gods too. Wow! Lana will be able to meet Big Sister Sylph soon. What kind of happiness is this? Wu Yan rolled his eyes when he saw Lana acting like she's drunk. He ignored this Yuri girl and continued to observe the sea. The moment Wu Yan turned away, Lana's expression changed. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something but she didn't know where to start. In the end, Lana opened her mouth. Hey, the catastrophe you mentioned last time, what's going on? It's best if you don't ask too many questions. Wu Yan didn't turn around. He continued to look at the map in his hand. I know it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that it's not good for you to know too much, but it'll only add to your troubles. It's best if you don't know. What's the use of telling me? Lana put her hands on her waist and said arrogantly. This princess is the biological daughter of the Fey Empire's emperor. Maybe I can help you out of kindness. Thank you very much, but there's no need for that. Wu Yan glanced at Lana. If we can't deal with this, I'm afraid your Fey Empire won't be able to do the same. Hey! Don't be so arrogant. Lana grumbled. Who do you think you are? You're comparable to the entire Fey Empire. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. In Rena's eyes, the Fey Empire was no doubt amazing. After all, it was one of the 3 most powerful empires in Silveria. In this world, there was no existence that the Fey Empire couldn't compare to. However, excluding the lower rungs of power, Fey Empire only has a demigod guardian and a Tier 9 emperor. Even if there are other Tier 9 powerhouses hiding behind the Fey Empire, Wu Yan and Co are definitely not inferior to them. There were a total of 7 Stage 9 powerhouses. They have a demigod as well. In terms of combat power, they're at the pinnacle of the world. It's just that Rena was still in the dark about this. As Fraxinus flew, an island finally appeared on the big screen in the command room. Chapter 1053. Looking at the island on the screen, Wu Yan couldn't help but grin. We're finally here. The land of gods. Lana, who appeared beside Wu Yan out of nowhere, started mocking him when she heard what he said. Who told you that's the land of gods? Wu Yan was stunned. He picked up the map and looked at it a few times. After confirming that the location marked on the map is indeed the island in front of him, he frowned. But this is the island on the map. It's just a transit station. Rena said nonchalantly, the land of gods opens once every 10 years. It won't appear until it's time to open. Rena pointed at the island on the screen and said, this island is called Emperor Island. As the name suggests, it belongs to the royals of the 3 empires. Before the land of gods opens, the royals of the three empires will come to Emperor Island to wait for the land of gods to open. There's still about 3 days before the land of gods opens. It's only natural that the land of gods hasn't appeared yet, I see. Wu Yan nodded and shook the map in his hand. In other words, the location on the map is the Emperor Island and not the land of gods. That's where you're wrong. Reina puckered her lips and said, the domain of gods is actually in the surroundings of Emperor Island. Or I should say that Emperor Island is a subsidiary island of the domain of gods. So, the location marked on the map in your possession is Emperor Island and the domain of gods. Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He looked at the island on the screen. It's the Emperor Island. That's interesting. In that case, let's begin the landing. Wu Yan controlled Fraxinus to land on Emperor Island. Lana rolled her eyes and her lips curled into an evil grin as she looked into Wu Yan's eyes. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Wu Yan, who was too focused on controlling Fraxinus to land, didn't notice what happened. Fraxinus slowly descended towards an empty area on the island. It only stopped when it reached a certain distance away from the island. It didn't descend any further. Shortly after, a dazzling beam of light shot down from the bottom of Fraxinus and hit the ground, but it didn't even cause a ripple. It's not lethal at all. Then, 2 figures emerged from the ground. Here. Was this Emperor Island? Looking at the city-like island in front of him, Wu Yan laughed and shook his head. A city on an island. It looks exactly the same as Itagami Island. Wu Yan waved his hand and the gate of Babylon's crimson space rippled. It swallowed Fraxinus, who was hovering in midair. Then, it slowly returned to normal. No one believed him. Just a moment ago, there was a gigantic object there. Wu Yan looked at the city and asked. So, where should we go next? Wu Yan didn't get the answer he expected from Reina. He frowned and looked to the side. Wu Yan froze when he looked at it. Reina, who was supposed to be standing next to him, is gone. She's nowhere to be seen. That brat. Wu Yan looked around, not sure if he should laugh or cry. Where did she go? Something unexpected happened to Wu Yan. Clap 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 clap. Wu Yan heard chaotic footsteps coming from the city. When Wu Yan looked up, he saw a group of about 100 knights led by a peak tier 8 fighter. They're charging in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan couldn't react in time when he saw the knights charging towards him with Do Chi and mana. Wu Yan couldn't react in time. Wu Yan was stunned by the scene before him. What's going on? Wu Yan didn't understand the current situation, so he scanned the knights around him. His gaze landed on the leader of the knights. He opened his mouth to ask something, but the leader beat him to it. And as soon as he spoke, Wu Yan, who was still in a state of confusion, was stunned again. Grabbing the sword in his hand, the leader of the knights pointed the tip of the sword at Wu Yan and shouted loudly. Take him down. Yes. A loud and clear response sounded in an instant. A group of rank 7 warriors with Do Chi surging around their bodies charged out from the group of over 100 knights. Without any explanation, they waved the weapons in their hands and charged forward like a war chariot. From the looks of it, they did not intend to take down Wu Yan as the leader of the knights had said. Instead, they intended to kill or injure him. Seeing a group of rank 7 warriors about to brandish their weapons at him, Wu Yan didn't know what was going on. But that didn't mean he would obediently allow others to step on his head. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. Watching as the warriors charged in front of him and brandished their weapons, Wu Yan raised his head slightly. Pang! An extremely violent flow of magic energy burst out from Wu Yan's body and turned into the most impactful wave in the world, violently crashing into the bodies of those rank 7 warriors. Boom! Ah! With a muffled thud, the group of Class 7 warriors seemed to have collided with an incomparably solid wall. With a blood-curdling scream, they were sent flying back at a speed faster than when they had charged over. They crashed in front of the leader of the cavalry team, blood spurting out from their mouths. In just an instant, no less than 10 rank 7 warriors had lost their ability to fight. Wu Yan didn't even move his body. He only released the magic energy in his body in one breath, and that was enough to send a group of rank 7 warriors flying. In that instant, the entire knights were stunned. Even the Do Qi and magic energy surging in their bodies couldn't help but stagnate for a second. Their gazes towards Wu Yan were no longer fierce and fiendish, but full of horror. The leader of the knights had a grave expression. He was a powerhouse at the peak of rank 8. But he had to admit that he couldn't defeat 10 tier 7 warriors in the blink of an eye without even having to move a muscle. In other words, this young man who looked to be in his 20s was stronger than him. Stronger than a peak of rank 8. Other than a powerhouse of rank 9 and above, what else could there be? He's a rank 9 powerhouse. The leader clenched the armament in his hand and sneered. A rank 9 powerhouse in his 20s, how could he exist? The youngest rank 9 powerhouse in the Spalier world is 38 years old. This person must have used some tricks, right? Saying this, the leader didn't know if he was comforting himself or trying to boost the morale of the knights behind him. Swinging the sword in his hand, the leader shouted again. All the warriors, charge! Magicians, prepare your magic. Don't hold back anymore. Give it your all. The knights responded loudly. All the warriors gathered their Do Qi and rushed towards Wu Yan. The magicians also used all their magic and threw it at Wu Yan. Thus, a large number of warriors rushed towards a defenseless young man. The sky was filled with all kinds of magic, and the scene of all kinds of magic falling together appeared on the scene. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yan sighed. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like if I don't subdue these guys, I won't be able to talk. With that, Wu Yan reached out and snapped his fingers. Whine, the space around them suddenly trembled. Purple magic circles appeared without any warning and floated in the air. Then, chains that flickered with purple light shot out of the magic circles and attacked the entire knight squad. This is the weapon of the Witch of the Void, Natsuki Nangong's weapon. A chain forged by the gods, the chains of discipline. Chapter 1054. With a whistling sound, the entire space at the edge of the Emperor Island was filled with shackles shining with purple light. Ding 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 ding, amidst the crisp sounds of chains clanging against each other, all sorts of spells that came crashing down from the sky seemed to have their trajectories designed. They landed on the chains of discipline, but they didn't even stir up a single bit of dust. Instead, they only caused a series of muffled clangs. The charging knights didn't even have time to react before the chains of discipline appeared around every single one of them. In the next moment, amidst the chaotic screams, every single one of the knights was trapped by the chains of discipline and hung in midair. Chains. Damn it. Where did these chains come from? Break free. No. I can't break free. What kind of chains are these? Why are they so hard? I can't even break free with my combat chi. Is this an armament? In mid-air, the knights who were hung up by the chains of discipline let out a series of angry roars. Their bodies were still burning with combat chi as they tried to break free from the chains on their bodies. Unfortunately, the chains of discipline was a weapon forged by a deity. Although the deities here weren't god-level experts, they were only deities of the blood-devouring frenzy world. Still, it wasn't something a group of level 7 or 8 people could break free from. If one were to use armaments to rank them, the chains of discipline would be a gold armament. Forget about trapping a group of 7th and 8th stage people, even a 9th stage powerhouse would find it hard to break free from the discipline lock if he didn't have the ability to do so. No matter what, the lock of discipline was not Suki's proudest ability apart from the guardian and the space control magic. If it was that easy to break free from, she wouldn't be known as the demon assassin. Save them. Seeing that all the knights were hung in the air by the chains of discipline, the face of the leader of the knights changed drastically. He yelled at the mages behind him. However, as soon as he yelled, the space around the mages rippled with purple magic formations. The chains of discipline rushed out like purple pythons. They coiled around the mages of the knights. Then, after the knights, the mages were all hung in the air. The knight leader's expression changed again and again until it was replaced by shock. The cavaliers. Every single one of them was at least level 7. However, such a team was taken down in such a short period of time. Could it be that this ridiculously young man was really a level 9 powerhouse? As this thought flashed through his mind, the leader of the knights did not have time to react. His vision blurred, giving him a fright. Taking a few steps back, the knight leader saw that the level 9 young man was standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. You. The knight leader was shocked. His expression hardened as he roared and ignited all his do chi into the armament in his hand. He also used his strongest battle technique. With a dense do chi glow, he slashed towards Wu Yan's head. Without a doubt, this attack was definitely the strongest attack of the peak of the 8th level knight team leader. Even if the opponent was also a peak tier 8 powerhouse, if they were hit by this attack, they would die without a doubt. Facing this attack, Wu Yan only glanced at it and clenched his fist. A violent blue and white electric current flowed around his fist. With a wave of his hand, Wu Yan met the knight leader's sword with his bare hands. Clang! The fist that was flashing with blue and white lightning collided with the knight's sword that was carrying the radiance of combat aura. It actually caused a crisp sound of weapons clashing, and a wave of surging air was created. Pang! Not long after, the knight's leader was shocked. The combat aura on the rare knight's sword was destroyed by a violent force and a bluish-white electric current. In a muffled sound, the knight's hand was directly shattered. The long sword in his hand was knocked out of his hand and was sent flying away. Whoa! The knight leader was stunned. His weapon had actually been sent flying in a single exchange. Humph! Before the knight leader could recover from his shock, he felt his breathing stop and his neck tighten. His feet were lifted off the ground and his whole body was lifted up. Choking the knight leader's neck and watching him struggle in pain, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with killing intent and a dangerous smile appeared on his face. You were going to kill me just now, right? Woo woo woo. With his neck being choked, the knight captain could not even utter a single word. All he could do was to kick his feet off the ground painfully while groaning continuously. Feeling the suffocating feeling coming from his chest, the knight captain's slightly protruding eyes were filled with disbelief. He, a peak level 8 fighter, was lifted up by a young man in his 20s by the neck. The knight leader's heart was filled with disbelief. With his strength, in the Spalier world, he was at the level of the patriarchs of the 3 major families. But now, even a young man in his 20s could not only capture a group of knights of grades 7 to 8, but he had also fallen into the hands of the other party. How could the leader of the knights believe that all of this was real? The suffocating feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Not only did the hand around his neck not loosen, it tightened even more. The knight leader could only feel the breath of death rushing towards him and his consciousness gradually became hazy. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan sneered and slowly increased the strength in his hand. Obviously, when the knight leader decided to kill him, he was already enraged. Just as the leader of the knights was about to faint due to suffocation, a majestic roar rang out in the air. Stop! At the same time, a figure rushed out from the city and rushed in front of Wu Yan. Then, a claw-like hand with a blood-red claw and a fluctuation of impetus far stronger than the Knight Leader's, in a burst of air, pierced through the air and viciously clawed at Wu Yan's chest. This person is definitely stronger than the Knight Leader. A Tier 9 fighter. Realizing this, Wu Yan's expression changed. Without any hesitation, the blue and white electric current surged into his fist again and the Thunderlight fist was swung again. In the blink of an eye, it met the incoming claw. Bang! A loud muffled sound reverberated in the air. The violent collision between the lightning fist and the claw shadow caused the ground at the center of the collision to crack for nearly 10 meters. The ground caved in and formed a crater. Gravel and dust were swept away by the shock wave of the impact, blowing away the leader of the knights. On the fist, a force that was not inferior to his own continuously passed through his arm and into his body. Feeling the violent surge of power that was enough to seriously injure a Tier 8 fighter, Wu Yan's face flashed and the blue and white electric current in his hands suddenly became brighter. Bang! With another muffled sound, the lightning fist finally suppressed the blood-colored claw shadow. With a tremor, the claw shadow was broken, and the owner of the claw was knocked back. Bang bang bang, the attacking figure was immediately sent flying. His body touched the ground repeatedly and his heavy footsteps left a basin-sized pit in the ground. It was not until he was pushed back for nearly 20 meters that the figure stopped. He raised his head and looked at Wu Yan with incomparable surprise, as if he could not believe this result. At this time, Wu Yan finally saw the attacking figure clearly. Wearing a gorgeous fluffy robe and a crown on his head, the person who came was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. He was very tall and strong like a bear. The light and ferocious aura that flashed in his eyes constantly told others that he was definitely not an ordinary person. At this time, the majestic middle-aged man's body was still surging with Do Qi. Behind him, a faintly discernible beast shadow was fluctuating, causing Wu Yan's eyes to show a hint of surprise. That was a beast battle technique. Chapter 1055. A beast battle technique. A battle technique unique to the Baruba Empire. Wu Yan didn't know much about beast battle techniques, but that didn't mean he didn't know anything about them. Back in the Spalier World Academy, he saw Prince Jafar use this battle technique more than once. It was said that this battle technique was created to mimic the fighting style of wild beasts. Only the people of the Baruba Empire knew how to use it. In other words, this majestic middle-aged man with a crown and luxurious fur robes was from the Baruba Empire. Furthermore, from the middle-aged man's attire and his Tier 9 strength, it could be seen that his status was definitely not lower than his strength. Sizing up the middle-aged man standing in front of him, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with the unique light of the system's perception. Gida. Baruba, level 84, Wu Yan frowned at the information he got from the system. He lowered his head as if he was thinking about something. Level 84 and his surname is Baruba. He looked at the middle-aged man, Gida. Wu Yan sized him up and his lips curled into a grin. He had a rough idea of who this person was. On the other hand, Gida didn't look at Wu Yan right away. Instead, he looked at the knight captain who was lying on the ground, panting heavily. A deep and powerful thunderous voice came out of his mouth. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The knight captain clutched his chest and took a deep breath. He looked at Gida gratefully. "Thank you for saving me, Your Majesty." When he heard the words, "Your Majesty," Wu Yan revealed an expression of, as expected. This majestic middle-aged man named Gida was the current emperor of the Baruba Empire. In other words, he was Jafar's father. Wu Yan's eyes flashed when he thought of this. Even the emperor of the Baruba Empire came to Emperor Island when the domain of divine spirits was about to open. It seems that the domain of divine spirits can create demigods. It shouldn't be an illusory thing, that's right. There were only 5 demigods in all of Silveria and each of the 3 empires had one. Not to mention, there had never been a case where a demigod protector had no successor. Judging from this situation, Silveria was the only one in the whole of Silveria. Apart from the effects of the land of gods. It's hard to explain why this is happening. The emperor of the Baruba Empire was here. Then, the emperors of the other two empires should also be here, right? This thought had just come to him. Several ear-splitting sounds immediately rang out from the city ahead, reaching everyone's ears. By the time everyone instinctively looked in the direction of the sounds, a few figures had already appeared beside Guda. A smile appeared on Wu Yan's face when he saw the figures beside Guda. Not for any other reason, but because most of the people who came were people he knew. The Emperor of the Ailu Empire, Kate. Princess Sylph of the Ailu Empire. The Prince of the Baruba Empire, Jafar. The Prince of the Faya Empire, Kaya. Apart from the four of them, there was another middle-aged man wearing the same luxurious robe and crown as Kate and Guda. Compared to Guda, he looked much more refined. It's obvious that he's the Emperor of the Faya Empire. The information he got from the system confirmed Wu Yan's suspicions. Waya. Faya, level 86, level 86. That's the highest level among everyone here. Plus, Faya's surname and his attire are similar to the other two emperors. Other than the Emperor of Faya Empire, Wu Yan couldn't think of anyone else who could be him. Kate, Waya, Sylph, Jafar, and Kaya arrived at the scene one after another. When they saw the knights being hung up by the chains, they frowned. However, when they saw the playful smile on Wu Yan's face, their expressions froze and they cried out in shock. It's you. Ha! This time, it was Guda's turn to be surprised. You know him. Hearing this, Carter and Waya looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Guda, don't tell me you've forgotten. He's Wu Yan. Wu Yan. Guda flinched before his expression changed. He seemed to have understood something as he looked at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. This isn't the first time Guda heard the name Wu Yan. No matter if it was in the past or recently, this name was rather well known and had been mentioned in many meetings of the Board of Governors. Guda has met Wu Yan before. Back when Wu Yan was still in the Spalier World Academy, all 12 members of the council had cast their shadows at the top of the arena tower. Guda was one of them. Because of this, Guda's reaction was a little strange. Guda narrowed his eyes as he looked at Wu Yan from afar. He started mumbling to himself. This Wu Yan was actually able to take my claw attack. Thinking back to when he saw Wu Yan on the arena tower's projection, Guda looked at Wu Yan with a serious gaze. That's to be expected. The first time they met, Guda saw clearly that this kid was only at the peak of the 7th rank. He could easily crush him to death. Although he didn't meet Wu Yan again, there's no way Guda didn't know about Wu Yan's achievements. Including the fact that he killed the peak of the 8th rank Marcus and Andrew. Now, they finally met for the second time. The existence he could easily crush back then was able to take his claw attack unscathed. Even though Guda used less than 70% of his strength in that attack, it's not something a peak of the 8th rank can withstand. Guda was even forced to retreat. 9th rank. Guda took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart. Guda couldn't help but be shocked. After all, the first time they met was only a few months ago. How did he go from peak of the 7th rank to the 9th rank in a few months? If word got out, Guda would be drowned in laughter without hesitation. But that's the truth. For a moment, Guda's emotions were complicated, not to mention Guda, even Carter and Waya, who had vaguely sensed something, had their expressions fluctuating. Although they had heard the Thunder King mention this during the school meeting, they did not really believe it. Now, it seems like they have no choice but to believe it. Wu Yan. Kaya and Jafar were shocked. Why are you here? Sylph didn't say anything but she looked at Wu Yan with a questioning gaze. Wu Yan scratched his face and shrugged. Well, there's something I need to do. As you can see, I was beaten up as soon as I arrived. Kaya and Jafar were stunned by Wu Yan's words. Carter, who recovered from his shock, laughed bitterly. Let's not talk about why you're here. This Emperor Island belongs to the three empires. Only members of the three empires' imperial families can come here, and only airships bearing the emblems of the three imperial families can land here. You must have driven your special airship here recklessly. That's why you were surrounded and beaten up, isn't it? Wu Yan finally understood why this happened. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the same time. I thought airships with the emblems of the three empires can't land here. Rena, that little brat, since she didn't tell me something so important, she must be asking for a beating. Rena. The three emperors, 2 princes, and 1 princess were stunned. They didn't expect to hear that name here. Big Sister Sylph. At this moment, a sweet voice that gave everyone goosebumps rang in their ears. At the same time, a slender figure dashed out from a corner at a speed invisible to the naked eye and pounced on Sylph. Big Sister Sylph. Big Sister Sylph. Rena hung on Sylph's body like a koala. She rubbed her face against Sylph's voluptuous breasts as she called out to her. Rena. In an instant, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Chapter 1056. The atmosphere that was originally a little heavy suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Kate, Gedda, Weya, Ka, and Jafar were stunned when they saw Rena rubbing her head against Sylph's chest. Even the knights who were still struggling in the air were stunned. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. Wu Yan had a hunch that something like this was going to happen. His face turned red and he almost laughed out loud. Like an ice queen, Sylph never showed her emotions on her face. Her beautiful eyebrows twitched as she looked at Wu Yan. Sylph clenched her fist slightly before loosening it again. Her face was expressionless as she spoke. Rena, get down, no. This time, Lana didn't just rub her head against Sylph's chest like a spoiled child. Instead, she wiggled her body like a koala and blushed as she clung onto Sylph's body. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Big Sister Sylph. I really miss you, Big Sister Sylph. Please accept my uncontrollable respect for you. Is this really respect? Even Sylph couldn't help but grumble in her heart. She furrowed her brows. Don't forget you're a princess. Don't act so inappropriately in public, that's because Big Sister Sylph hasn't gotten over it yet. Rena didn't mince her words. Why should Big Sister Sylph care about what those stinky men think? Kate, Gedda, Divya, Kaya, Jafar, and the others couldn't keep their cool, let alone Sylph. This was especially true for Divya and Kaya. Their faces were filled with awkwardness. They were embarrassed to have such a beautiful daughter or sister and they couldn't take Lana's vicious words. After all. They're men after all. That's enough. Rena. Ka saw that Rena was about to continue. In order to avoid making an even bigger joke, Kaya, the elder brother, hurriedly stepped forward. Release Princess Sylph, shut up. Before Kaya could finish, he was interrupted by Rena's fierce words. Don't think you can order me around just because you're my brother. Anyone who gets in the way of me and Big Sister Sylph will be my greatest enemy. Kaya's face froze. Even his body froze. He was unable to take even half a step forward. Seeing this, Weya couldn't stand it anymore. He furrowed his brows. Rena. There should be a limit to your nonsense. When he said this, Weya's expression was still very oppressive. It was a pity. Rena wasn't afraid at all. In fact, she was very aggressive. Is Imperial Father starting to care about such mundane matters? Rena said with a disappointed tone. Imperial Father, you're the Emperor of the Fey Empire. How can you think like a commoner? At times like this, you should stay calm and watch the situation develop with a smile. That's the attitude a ruler should have. You. Wei's lips trembled from anger. Even though he had never been able to do anything about his daughter who had a strange fetish, but being ridiculed by his own daughter in front of so many people, even if he didn't feel embarrassed, he still couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Wei and Ka looked at each other and sighed. They understood that they would only be suffering if they stood up for Rina. Maybe it's just as Rina said. They should stay calm and watch the situation develop with a smile. That's the best way to deal with this. Seeing that Wei and Ka can't do anything about Rina, Kate, Geda, and Jafar are also helpless, Sylph sighed. She didn't know what to do. At this time, Sylph's savior finally appeared. A large hand grabbed the back of Rina's collar and pulled her away from Sylph's body. When Rina felt herself floating in the air, Sylph was already far away from her. Rina was furious. Who dares to treat this princess like this? Let's see if this princess will. What will you do to me? The familiar voice contained a hint of coldness that pierced Rina's body and caused her to tremble. Her cursing mouth also froze in place. Wu Yan laughed coldly when he saw Rina's stunned expression. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Now that you've come out on your own, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Kate made it clear that airships that don't belong to the three empires aren't allowed to land on Emperor Island. There's no way Rina didn't know about this. Not only did she not tell him, she ran away the moment she saw Fraxinus. Recalling the grudge between him and Lana, even if he's an idiot, it's clear to him that this little brat is doing this on purpose. She just wanted to see how unlucky he was. However, Rina didn't expect Wu Yan to be able to deal with a group of peak Tier 8 warriors and 100 Tier 7 warriors. As a result, this little girl was doomed to a tragedy. What are you trying to do? Lana pretended to be fierce as she screamed. She struggled as she tried to break free from Wu Yan's grasp. I'm telling you. You better let this princess go. Or else. Or else what? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and he added with a half-smile. What can you do to me? This princess's royal father and royal brother are both here. Rina yelled as if she was on her deathbed. She had completely forgotten that she had insulted both her imperial father and imperial brother just a moment ago. Thus, Wu Yan grinned. His grin was so radiant that it made Lana nervous. Then, his expression turned cold. Even if the god-level warrior of Fey Empire comes back to life, he won't be able to save you. Wu Yan said and a rope appeared in his hand. No. Yes. Wah. The next moment, Rina's mournful cry resounded through the entire Emperor Island. Woo, woo, woo. A few minutes later, a trussed-up Lana was tossed to the ground by Wu Yan like a giant piece of trash. Her mouth was stuffed with a rag and she looked like a loach that got hauled out of the water. She kept jumping around and moaning while glaring at Wu Yan with eyes full of fury. Nearby, Carter, Geda, Wei, Kaya, Jafar, and the others couldn't help but sweat profusely. I say, Wei. Kate looked at Wei with amusement. I didn't expect your precious daughter to be restrained by someone. What? Are you not going to do anything about it? Forget it. Wei sighed. It's time for someone to suppress this barbaric girl. Besides, Wei smiled bitterly as he glanced at Wu Yan who was clapping his hands. If it's this little fellow, even if you want me to find trouble with him, I'll have to consider it carefully. The current him is no longer the little student who talked to us at the top of the arena tower. You're right. Geda sighed as well. He sorted out his complicated emotions and turned to Wu Yan. Kid, since it's all a misunderstanding, you should put down the night squad first. Wu Yan glanced at the knights hanging in the air with the discipline lock and chuckled. Although it is indeed a misunderstanding, it is also because they did not clarify the situation before directly attacking. If the person who came today was not me, I'm afraid that under their merciless attacks, the person who came would have at least been seriously injured, right? Kate and the others were stunned speechless. Wu Yan pursed his lips and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Let's leave them hanging for a day and let them reflect on their actions. Carter was in a difficult position. Attacking without asking clearly is the recklessness of the Night Squad. They should be punished. However, they were trying to protect the Emperor Island. It's understandable. Little guy, for my sake, let them go this time, oh. Wu Yan looked at Kate in surprise and shook his head helplessly. All right, only then did Kate smile. Then, come in with us first. Wu Yan wanted to nod, but the knight captain who had been silent all this while spoke up. Your Majesty, Kate. This is inappropriate. Chapter 1057. Your Majesty, Kate. That's inappropriate. The knight captain's sudden words startled everyone. They all turned to look at him. Wu Yan squinted his wine-red eyes and looked at the leader of the knights. Coincidentally, the leader of the knights also looked at him, but it was only for a moment before he shifted his gaze away. Wu Yan met the knight leader's gaze for a split second, but Wu Yan could see the look in the knight leader's eyes. Jealousy, resentment, viciousness. With a playful smile, Wu Yan looked at the knight leader with a cold glint in his eyes. As the saying goes, those who come don't come with good intentions, those who come with good intentions don't come. The fact that he chose to speak at this moment and said something like that, coupled with the glint in the knight leader's eyes, Wu Yan can already guess what's going to happen next. Carter, Gede, and Weya also exchanged glances. Perhaps they had also guessed something, and their brows were tightly knitted together. Barnes, what's wrong? Your Majesties. Although he seemed to be addressing them respectfully, there was no respect on his face at all. Instead, he looked a little aggressive. Although I don't know the relationship between His Excellency and the three Majesties, there is a rule on the Emperor Island. Airships that don't belong to the three great empires are not allowed to land on the Emperor Island. Now, not only has His Excellency landed on the Emperor Island openly, he even intends to punish the knights guarding the Emperor Island. However, the three Majesties don't seem to be pursuing the matter. NC doesn't understand. Speaking of this, Ens glanced at Wu Yan, who was looking at him with a smile. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his tone became even more gloomy. Although it is indeed the Night Squad's fault to launch an attack without clarifying the situation, Ens, as the Night Squad's leader, is willing to bear all the punishment. However, the cause of all of this was due to this Sir's rash arrival on Emperor Island. Now, the three Majesties do not intend to pursue the matter. On the contrary, they even plan to invite him to the Emperor Island. Please redeem Ens, I cannot accept such an outcome. Hearing that, Carter, Gede, and Wee's expressions all became somewhat displeased. Let's not talk about who was in the right and who was in the wrong in this matter. What Ernst said was obviously a slap in their faces. As the emperor of one of the three great empires in the Spalier world, the Spalier world was one of the most influential figures in the Spalier world. Other than the guardian gods behind the three great empires, the three of them had the highest status. When had they ever been refuted like this? Even Weya, who didn't say anything after being insulted by Rena, had an ugly expression on his face. Being humiliated by one's own children was understandable. No one would gossip about it. They might even be praised for cherishing their children. But to be humiliated by an outsider like this, where would Imperial Entertainment's face go? However, NC's words were very reasonable and reasonable. No one could find fault with them. If they were to make trouble at this moment, the ones who would be embarrassed would be the three emperors, What's more, Enzi's position was somewhat special. He wasn't a member of any of the three great empires' royal families, nor was he a member of any of the outside forces. He was a protector of the Emperor Island. When the domain of gods was first built, the three great gods each sent their most trusted aides to the Emperor Island to take on the heavy responsibility of protecting the Emperor Island. After many years of development, the trusted aides chosen by the three great gods to protect the Emperor Island had developed into an extremely large clan. Their clan's power was no weaker than any of the 9 great clans. In fact, they were slightly stronger than the three great empires' royal families. Because this clan had been responsible for protecting the Emperor Island for generations, they were known as the Guardian Clan. In name, the Emperor Island belonged to the three great empires' royal families. But in reality, the ones who made the decisions on the island were the Guardian Clan. The three great gods gave them the mission of protecting the Emperor Island. At the same time, they were also responsible for supervising the three great empires' royal families before and after the domain of gods was opened. After all, anyone could be biased. It was hard to guarantee that the royal family wouldn't play tricks in order to gain more benefits from the domain of gods. With the mission of the three great gods and the Guardian Clan's achievements in protecting the Emperor Island for generations, even the three great emperors couldn't casually cause trouble for the Guardian Clan on the Emperor Island. And this Ensi was a member of the Guardian Clan. Therefore, Carter, Gouda, and we couldn't pretend they didn't hear him. If Ensi was being unreasonable, no one would dare to complain if they punished him. But Ensi's question wasn't wrong. In fact, it was very reasonable. Even if his tone was a little harsh, the three great emperors couldn't cause trouble for him because of this. At that moment, Kite was the first to speak and calmly explained. It's normal for you to have such thoughts. But you said it yourself, airships that don't belong to the three empires aren't allowed to land on Emperor Island. Even though the airship this brat is on isn't from the Imperial family, he's still a member of the Ailu Imperial family. He should have the right to land on Emperor Island, right? A member of the Ailu Imperial family. Ensi was taken aback for a moment before asking. Your Majesty Carter, please forgive this humble one's offense. As far as I know, there's no such person in the current generation of the Ailu Imperial family. Kate's expression became even more displeased. She opened her mouth and was about to say something when Sylph suddenly raised her head and spoke. What's the matter? He's my fiancé. Ensi was stunned. Seeing this, Kite also smiled. Sylph got engaged to this little guy not long ago. That's why he's Sylph's fiancé. As the fiancé of the Ailu Imperial Princess, he's also a member of the Ailu Imperial family. Are you going to deny this, Ensi? Ensi's expression turned sluggish and he reflexively looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan's half-smiling expression as if he's looking at a clown fell into Ensi's line of sight. Ensi's brows furrowed in anger. Since he's Princess Sylph's fiancé, he's indeed a member of the Ailu Imperial family. He has the right to land on the Emperor Island. Ensi changed the topic. However, there's no rule on the Emperor Island that allows the fiancé of the Imperial Princess to enter the city. So, I'll have to ask you to leave the Emperor Island. The air suddenly froze. Carter, Geda, and Wei's expressions turned ugly. Ka and Jaffar's expressions were also unfriendly. Even Sylph's brows were furrowed. They just invited Wu Yan to the Emperor Island but now someone wants to kick him out. It's no wonder they're acting like this. However, there's nothing they can say. Apart from the Guardian Clan, the only people who can enter the Emperor Island are those from the three imperial families who are about to enter the domain of gods. In other words, once Wu Yan enters the Emperor Island, he'll be granted the right to enter the domain of gods. If the fiancé of an empire's princess can enter the domain of gods to obtain fortuitous encounters, then the domain of gods will fall into chaos. It's not that hard to imagine. Which of the three imperial families doesn't want their imperial family to grow stronger? Therefore, if there was a precedent that the fiancé of an empire's princess could enter the land of God, then the three great empires would be able to take advantage of the loophole and gain some benefits. After all, there were more than one or two princesses in the imperial family. The three great imperial families could get them all engaged and then let their fiancés enter the land of God to gain the opportunity to transform and increase the strength of the imperial family. Well, this was not a big deal. Being able to increase the strength of the imperial family was something that the three gods were very willing to see. However, they were afraid that some people with ulterior motives would use some shady means to successfully become a member of the imperial family through marriage. After obtaining the opportunity to transform, they would kick the imperial family aside and even do things that would endanger the imperial family. That's not worth it. Therefore, there was no rule on the Emperor Island that stated that the fiancé of an imperial princess could enter the land of God. In the past, there had never been a fiancé of a member of the imperial family who would come to the Emperor Island and enter the land of God. Wu Yan is the first outsider to land on the Emperor Island. It seems like Enz wants to use this to his advantage. Even if he can't make Wu Yan suffer, he wants to make Wu Yan suffer. Chapter 1058. Kate, Gedda, Weya, Ka, Jaffer, Sylph, and the others were speechless. Ench glanced at the expressionless Wu Yan with a pleased expression. Ensi was a member of the Guardian clan. The Guardian clan was chosen by the gods who had created the three great empires to be the guardians of the land of gods. They were responsible for protecting the entire land of gods and the Emperor Island. Apart from that, the three gods also gave the Guardian clan the right to supervise the royal families of the three empires before and after the opening of the Divine Lands. It sounded very powerful, but in fact, only the people of the Guardian clan knew that their clan was only a dispensable existence. As the guardians of the place of God selected by the gods, the Guardian clan could be considered as the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. They also possessed the qualifications to enter the place of gods. This was also the reason why a clan that had been stuck on an isolated island overseas could develop to a level comparable to the 9 great clans of the Spalier world and even the 3 royal families. The Guardian clan was different from the 3 great imperial clans. As long as one had the blood of the 3 great imperial clans flowing in their veins and possessed a strength of the 6th level, they would be able to enter the place of gods. The Guardian clan had a limited number of people who could enter the place of gods. However, it also allowed the Guardian clan to develop to the point where it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 12 forces of the Spalier world. From this, it could be seen how precious the land of gods was. As for the Guardian clan guarding the land of gods, how awe-inspiring would that be? However, no matter how powerful and awe-inspiring the Guardian clan was, they would not be taken seriously by the 3 great empires and the 9 great clans. That was because even though the Guardian clan was powerful, they had an eternal limitation. Every member of the Guardian clan could not leave the Emperor Island for the rest of their lives. In other words, the Guardian clan. He could only move about on the Emperor Island, such a family. Even if they were as powerful as the 3 royal families and the 9 great clans, how could they be targeted by others? In any case, the Guardian clan had no way of leaving Emperor Island, right? Because of this, the Guardian clan's position was very awkward. Although they were impressive, they could only be impressive on the Emperor Island. It was only during the opening of the Realm of Gods that they had the chance to show off. But they were very weak. How could they be mentioned in the same breath as the 3 royal clans and the 9 super clans? This was a position that was neither high nor low. This caused the Guardian clan members to feel resentful. Although not all of them felt resentful, most of the Guardian clan members felt the same way. And this Barnes. It was precisely this person who possessed such resentment. Originally, at least on the Emperor Island, Enz could still act like a tyrant and vent the resentment in his heart. This was especially true when the God Spirit land was open. Relying on his duty as a guardian clan, Ens had made things difficult for the people from the three imperial families. This also made Ens high-spirited. Because of his high spirits, he was so pleased with himself that he lost his sense of measure. When Wu Yan landed on the Emperor Island, Ensi immediately gave the order to capture him, leading to the subsequent events. Therefore, instead of saying that Wu Yan's rash landing on the Emperor Island caused all of this to happen, it was more accurate to say that Ens was immersed in the pleasure of venting his anger. If Wu Yan was merely an insignificant intruder, then he would have fallen into Enz's trap. Unfortunately, this time, Ens kicked an iron plate. It was because of this iron plate that Ens developed resentment in his heart. In addition, Ens was a famous figure in the Guardian clan, a peak 8th rank powerhouse. Yet, he suffered in the hands of a brat in his eyes. Therefore, Ens made things difficult for him. This time, even the three emperors, Kite, Gude, and Wei, were dragged into the mess. When he saw the three emperors speechless Wu Yan, Ens was extremely pleased. During this period of time, he had been looking for excuses to bully ordinary members of the imperial family. He didn't have the courage to cause trouble for the direct descendants of the imperial family. Now, it wasn't just the direct descendants of the imperial family, even the head of the imperial family had fallen into his trap. How could Ens not be pleased? One had to admit that without his identity as a member of the Guardian clan, Ens was just a despicable person. Unfortunately, he had the Guardian clan to rely on. That was why the three emperors were caught in a dilemma. Otherwise, if it was someone else, or 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 if it was someone else. Just as Ens thought that victory was in his hands and was about to continue to enjoy the pleasure of bullying, the three emperors, Wu Yan, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, finally spoke. You said that the Emperor Island doesn't have a rule that the fiancé of the imperial family's princess can enter the Emperor Island city, right? When he heard Wu Yan's words, Enz's eyes immediately turned vicious. However, he concealed it very well. Yes. Only members of the imperial families of the three empires can enter the Emperor Island city, and only members of the imperial families of the three empires can enter the domain of gods. This is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times. Whether it's the three imperial families, the Guardian clans, or even the 9 great clans outside, everyone knows of this rule. I see. Wu Yan nodded as if he just realized something. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Then, is there a rule that states the fiancé of the imperial family's princess can't enter the Emperor Island city? En's expression froze, Sylph and the others' eyes brightened up. The gloominess on their faces disappeared. That's right. Caius stepped forward and said in a clear voice. There is no rule that states the fiancé of the imperial family's princess can enter the Emperor Island city. However, there is also no rule that states the fiancé of the imperial family's princess can't enter the Emperor Island city. Therefore, Wu Yan should be allowed to enter the Emperor Island city, right? Do you know what you're saying? Prince Kaya. En's expression darkened. Although the Emperor Island doesn't explicitly state that those who are engaged to the royal family cannot enter the Emperor Island city, this is still an unwritten rule. They're afraid that those who have transformed from the land of God's spirits would play tricks to get engaged to the royal family just to enter the land of God's spirits. They might even endanger the royal family. I think you should understand this. This. Kaya fell silent. You don't have to worry about that. Sylph said coldly. He won't have any designs on the imperial family, who knows? Ens laughed coldly. I'm just worried that he's keeping you in the dark as well. It'll be too late by the time you regret it. Sylph glanced at Ens. I think you've made a mistake somewhere, right? Ens was stunned and frowned. What do you mean by that? Sylph stared straight at Arns's face. Her tone was calm but her words caused Arns's mind to go blank. If he wants to do something to the imperial family, even the imperial family can't stop him. It doesn't matter which of the three imperial families it is. Everyone fell silent after Sylph's words. Kate, Gedda, Weya, Kaya, and Jaffar's expression changed. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Princess. Princess Sylph. Ens felt a chill down his spine. He forced an ugly smile. You're joking, right? I never joke. Sylph replied coldly. Behind him, there are no less than 5 Type 9 powerhouses protecting him. Other than that, there's also a demigod. Which one of the 3 royal families do you think can deal with such a force? What? Ens was stunned. No less than 5 Tier 9 powerhouses? A demigod ranker. How is this possible? Ens screamed in disbelief. The royal families of the 3 empires only have 1 demigod protector, and there have never been more than 3 9th stage powerhouses. Even the 9 great clans and the guardian clans have never produced a demigod protector or more than 3 9th stage powerhouses. How could he? I don't want to admit it. Gedda waved his hand and interrupted Ens. But that's the truth. This. Ens was at a loss. Sylph looked at Ensley, who was still in disbelief, and said something that shocked everyone once more. If you insist on his status as the imperial family's fiancé, I can marry him and become his wife. Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd, Wu Yen included, Sylph pulled Wu Yen by the hand and they walked into the Emperor Island. She left behind a sentence that echoed in the air. So, if anything really happens, I will take full responsibility. Chapter 1059. Outer Seas, Emperor Island City. This is an ancient city. Perhaps due to its isolation from the rest of the world, the buildings here don't have the same Western style as the buildings on Silveria. Instead, they have an ancient European feel to them. In Emperor Island City, almost all the buildings were made of red or white marble. From afar, they looked like small churches, giving people a sense of holiness. Some of the larger buildings even had the appearance of castles. People who didn't know better would think that this was the residence of an ancient Western European aristocrat. The ground was paved with red bricks. Trees with green leaves lined both sides of the streets. Around the roots of the trees were flower beds. In terms of environment, Emperor Island City was indeed a very beautiful city. The people who lived on Emperor Island were busy outside and inside their houses like ordinary people. Some were fetching water and cooking, some were doing housework, some were setting up stalls, and some were shopping. It was just like an ordinary city, full of life. These people are also members of the Guardian tribe. However, they are different from the Guardian tribe that has been guarding the place of God since ancient times. These Guardian tribe members are just ordinary people. The members of the Guardian clan were also human beings. Since they were human beings, there would be people with cultivation talent and people without cultivation talent too. In the Guardian clan, only those with outstanding cultivation talent were qualified to guard the place of God's spirits. Those without cultivation talent can only be ordinary people or low-level cultivators. They have no choice but to give up their mission and live a peaceful life on Emperor Island. Every household living on the streets of Emperor Island City was made up of these so-called ordinary people and low-level cultivators who had no talent for cultivation. As for the Guardian tribe members who are tasked with guarding the place of gods in Emperor Island, they live in the center of Emperor Island City. Below an incomparably huge tree. Walking on the streets of the Emperor Island, Wu Yan listened to Sylph explain the origins of the Guardian clan and the things to take note of. He looked at the giant tree in front of him with a hint of fear in his eyes. He has never seen such a gigantic tree before. Wu Yan is still on the outskirts of Emperor Island City. There's still a long way to go before he reaches the gigantic tree. However, from where Wu Yan is standing, he can see the gigantic tree covering half of Emperor Island City. Wu Yan doesn't know how thick the tree trunk is, but judging from the leaves and branches covering the crown of the tree, it should be at least 10 kilometers in radius. Based on this, he can only speculate. The trunk of the gigantic tree must be huge as well. Wu Yan has never seen such a gigantic tree in any other dungeon world, let alone in the Spalier world. It's only natural that he would be shocked by its size. Wu Yan was so shocked by the tree's size that he didn't notice it. Sylph's explanation stopped at an unknown point in time. When Wu Yan noticed that the cold voice has disappeared, he turned around and saw Sylph staring at him with her icy blue eyes. She didn't say a word, she just stared at him with her icy blue eyes. The distance between Sylph and Wu Yan is only about the width of a shoulder. Wu Yan is taller than Sylph by half a head, so he can look down on her from a high vantage point. Looking at her glowing eyes and her breathtakingly beautiful face, feeling the aura of an ice queen, even Wu Yan, who is surrounded by a sea of flowers, couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken. Even now, Wu Yan still can't believe what he just saw. The woman in front of him is no less beautiful than any of the girls around him. Her aura is otherworldly as well. She's the Ailu Empire's famous princess who has surpassed many of the girls around him. She's actually his fiancée. Moreover, this extremely beautiful fiancée in front of him had just announced in front of so many people that she wanted to carry out the marriage contract with him and become a real husband and wife. How can Wu Yan believe this to be real? Wu Yan may be very close with the girls around him, he may have done a lot of things with them. However, the only one who is truly engaged to him is Yuki Azurina, who is still in the Sword God domain world. Sylph didn't see through Wu Yan's thoughts. When she saw that Wu Yan was in a daze, she spoke with her usual emotionless voice. "Are you listening to me?" Wu Yan shuddered when he heard the cold voice. He snapped out of his daze and quickly spoke. In other words, Enz is actually a member of the Guardian clan that guards the land of gods on this Emperor Island, right? Sylph nodded. Wu Yan got a better idea of the situation on this island. He lamented. No wonder he dares to humiliate the emperors of the three empires. He thinks he's some big shot. The Guardian clan has been protecting the domain of gods for generations. Their contributions are huge. Father and the others can't just casually punish them. Sylph didn't agree with Wu Yan, she didn't disagree with him either. Instead, she gave her opinion. I heard from my father that when he wasn't the emperor of the Ailu Empire, he also came to the Emperor Island. At that time, the Guardian clan also made things difficult for him, huh? Wu Yan looked at Sylph in shock. Even your imperial father was bullied by the Guardians. Sylph nodded. The other members of the royal family have more or less suffered some difficulties from the Guardian clan. Therefore, even though the Guardian clan has contributed a lot, the members of the royal family of the three great empires do not have a good impression of them. If someone were to find trouble with you, everyone would stand on your side. That's surprising. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He glanced at Sylph. Have you been bullied as well? Not yet. Sylph replied. But now that you're here, they will have an excuse to bully me. Wu Yan awkwardly scratched his face and changed the topic. Right. Right. Wu Yan pointed at the tree in front of them. What kind of tree is that? Why is it so big? Sylph lifted her head and looked at the giant tree in front of her. Her eyes rippled with a strange emotion. That's the guardian tree. Guardian tree. Guardian tree. Sylph nodded with a bit of force. Wu Yan realized that the guardian tree isn't an ordinary tree. Sylph glanced at Wu Yan. She used a calm tone to state the facts that Wu Yan can't ignore. That tree was planted by the three gods and they used their divine power to nurture it. Planted by the three gods. Wu Yan slowed down his breathing to listen to Sylph's explanation. It said that the guardian tree itself is a unique treasure. The three gods planted it under the sea and used their divine power to nurture it. The guardian tree grew from the bottom of the sea and its roots formed an island. An island? Wu Yan was shocked. Don't tell me that island is the Emperor Island. Yes. Sylph's tone didn't change at all even though she was telling such a shocking story. It was as if she was talking about something insignificant. It didn't feel like she was there at all. The trunk and crown of the guardian tree are spectacular, but the most spectacular part is its roots. Not only do they form the Emperor Island, they also extend all the way to the bottom of the sea. Sylph and Wu Yan looked at the guardian tree from afar. Sylph's tone of voice finally became a little ethereal. Because this island is formed by the guardian tree, its growth was nurtured by the divine power of the three gods. On top of that, it's a treasure. That's why the guardian tree is invincible on this island. Invincible? Wu Yan was shocked. The guardian tree isn't just a pretty thing. Sylph explained, it's the true guardian of the divine spirit lands. The reason why the royals of the three empires can't enter the divine spirit lands is because of the guardian tree. It will prevent outsiders from entering the divine spirit lands. It will also prevent the guardians from leaving the island. I see. Wu Yan took a deep breath and his expression turned serious. Then, is it really invincible? I don't know. Sylph replied. At the very least, no one has ever dared to defy the guardian tree on the Emperor Island. That includes the guardians of the three empires. A long silence followed after that. Wu Yan and Sylph fell silent. After a long time, Wu Yan let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. Does that mean I can't enter the divine spirit lands? Sylph turned around and looked at Wu Yan for a while. Then, she moved her gaze away and started walking forward. The guardian tree is sentient. When I acknowledged you as my fiancé on the Emperor Island, you are now a member of the Ailu imperial family. You have the right to enter the divine spirit lands. Wu Yan chuckled and he followed Sylph towards the guardian tree. Chapter 1060. The Emperor Island city is mainly divided into two parts. One is the area outside of the guardian tree's canopy. It's about 60% of the city. That's where the commoners and low-level cultivators of the guardian clan live. The other part is the area covered by the guardian tree's canopy. It's about 40% of the city. That's where the guardian clan members who carry out their mission passed down from generation to generation live. They have a certain level of power. With the guardian tree's canopy as the dividing line, the guardian clan built a wall that's as tall as a cliff. It's the real dividing line between the two areas. With this wall as the boundary, outside the wall was the city area, and inside the wall was the real living area of the guardian clan. The guardian clan has a rule that only those who are qualified to carry out missions can enter the area covered by the guardian tree's canopy and live there. Commoners and low-level cultivators who aren't qualified to carry out missions can't enter the area within the wall. It's obvious that the hierarchy within the guardian clan is very strict. Due to this, the difference in status between the guardian clan members is like heaven and earth. In the guardian clan, only those who are qualified to carry out missions can call themselves members of the guardian clan. Commoners and low-level cultivators have the blood of the Guardian clan flowing in their veins. No one would treat them as the true members of the Guardian clan. Commoners, low-level cultivators, and true members of the Guardian clan. This is the composition of the entire Emperor Island city. Even the living area was clearly divided, and the range of activity of ordinary people and low-level cultivators was even restricted. One could imagine how big the difference in status between them and those who were qualified to be called the Guardian clan was. Under such circumstances, the dividing line between the two is based on the Guardian tree's canopy. It's obvious how high the Guardian tree's status is in the hearts of the Guardian clan members. Wu Yan learned from Sylph that the Guardian clan members believe in the Guardian tree. It's their belief. Wu Yan is very surprised by this. One should know. The existence of the Guardian Divine Tree was not only to protect the land of God's spirits and the Emperor Island in an orderly manner, but it was also to restrict the people of the Guardian clan. Don't let them leave this island. In other words, the Guardian clan was unable to leave the Emperor Island. Although there were instructions from the three gods, it was the Guardian Tree that was actually carrying out the instructions towards the existence that restricted his freedom. The Guardian clan actually worshipped the Guardian Tree as their faith. What was the difference between that and a prisoner worshipping a policeman in prison? The overall strength of the Guardian clan is actually not much different from the number one clan in the three great empires. Sylph was leading Wu Yan to the residential area of the Guardian tribe through one of the gates. Her tone was cold as usual, but she patiently explained Wu Yan's doubts. The Guardian clan is similar to the 9 great clans of the 3 great empires. Each clan has a Tier 9 powerhouse, and this Tier 9 powerhouse is the patriarch of the Guardian clan. In terms of overall strength, the Guardian clan is only on par with the number 1 clan in the 3 great empires. The reason they are able to rival the 3 great empires is because of the existence of the Guardian tree. Sylph lifted her head and looked at the canopy of the Guardian tree. Her footsteps didn't stop as she continued to explain. Each of the 3 imperial clans has a demigod guardian deity behind them, while the Guardian clan has a guardian tree that's even more powerful than the guardian deities behind the 3 imperial clans. It's also because of the existence of the Guardian tree that outsiders' evaluation of the Guardian clan has increased significantly. They've surpassed the level of the 9 great clans and are approaching the 3 imperial clans. Therefore, the Guardian tribe has always treated the Guardian tree as their faith, even if their freedom is restricted by the Guardian tree. Oh? Wu Yan and Sylph walked side by side. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the Guardian tree with narrowed eyes. In other words, the true reason behind the Guardian clan's arrogance is the Guardian tree. Sylph remained silent for a moment before she opened her mouth. Even though the Divine Protector tree is only a tree, at the very least, its existence is extraordinary. For countless years, no one has been able to fight against it on the island. If a true celestial still exists, then the Guardian tree would not be a big deal to them. However, for those below the celestial rank, the Guardian tree's strength is indeed extraordinary. That is why those who know the truth believe that the Guardian tree is invincible against those below the celestial rank. Now that the celestials are no longer around, the Guardian tree is truly invincible. Unfortunately, even though the Guardian tree is sentient, it does not have the intelligence of a human. It can only stay on Emperor Island. Otherwise, the situation in the Spalier world would have changed. Wu Yan nodded thoughtfully as he listened to Sylph's words. He looked at the Guardian tree with the system perception. Guardian tree, level 98. Wu Yan held his breath and smiled bitterly. Level 98. It is indeed invincible against those below the celestial rank. I wonder who is stronger between Yukari and the Guardian tree. Wu Yan had the urge to enter Yukari's ruby mode and fight it out with the Guardian tree. Suddenly, Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. He grabbed Sylph's hand and stopped moving. Sylph flinched. She looked at Wu Yan. What's wrong? Wu Yan didn't answer. Instead, he looked ahead. Sylph followed his line of sight and she frowned when she saw the scene in front of her. Up ahead, not far away, the passageway that was supposed to be empty was now filled with people. They are lined up side by side on both sides of the passage. They look like soldiers with their chests puffed out. People who don't know better would think that they are workers checking for contraband. However, Wu Yan and Sylph didn't think so. That's because the 2 rows of people are glaring at the 2 of them with hostility. To be more precise, they are glaring at Wu Yan. At the end of the 2 lines, there was another figure standing in the middle. He was looking at them with provocation and resentment. His face was full of viciousness. It's Ency. When he saw Wu Yan and Sylph, Ency's lips curled into a disgusting grin. He waved his hand and everyone in the 2 rows of people released their combat aura. Their combat aura gathered together and blew towards them like a miasma. Sylph felt a chill on her skin. She held her breath and an indescribable sense of heaviness rose from her chest. Her weak shoulders felt heavy as if something heavy had been added to them. Even her body felt heavy. If Sylph still doesn't understand what's going on after being treated like this, she would be an idiot. Sylph's breathing quickened and her face turned pale. However, her expression didn't change much. Even her tone didn't change. It seems like they are making things difficult for us earlier than I thought. Compared to the pale Sylph, Wu Yan's expression was calm. He didn't even bat an eyelid. There was even a hint of disdain in his eyes. The 2 rows of people in front of them are mostly peak Tier 7 individuals. A few of them are even Tier 8 individuals. Although the number of people in such a team was smaller than that of the knights, they had a lot more elites. However, Ency is well aware that even elites like these can't do much against Wu Yan who took down the knights unscathed. Thus, he switched to a different method, using Do Chi to oppress the enemy. This way, if Wu Yan makes the first move, Ency will lose. If it's a competition of combat aura, who can win against dozens of elites? It had to be said that Enzy's wishful thinking was indeed brilliant. Unfortunately, his opponent is Wu Yan. Pressure. Who can pressure a vampire's primogenitor? Chapter 1061. In a space invisible to the naked eye, the surging combat aura is like a gravitational force. It blew towards the front of the 2 rows of troops. The Do Chi undulations on the bodies of the dozens of elites continued to rise and intensify. The eyes of the elites were filled with a mocking expression. Looking at the 2 people in front of them, it was as if they had already seen the scene of them vomiting blood and falling to the ground. Their faces were filled with excitement and the degree of burning of their Do Chi couldn't help but become more intense. Enz, who was standing at the end of the line, saw Wu Yan's nonchalant expression and his face sank. He clenched his teeth and ignited his combat aura as well. He joined the ranks of the combat aura suppressors. The combat aura's pressure suddenly increased, causing Sylph, who was originally pale, to frown. Her eyes flashed with pain as her body sank lower and lower. Even when she released her mana to resist the pressure, it didn't slow down the process. Sylph's talent is outstanding. She's already a Tier 8 powerhouse at such a young age. However, she's only in her 20s. No matter how talented she is, how can she compete with the Guardians who are in their 70s and 80s? The elites in the 2 rows are all above 30 years old. Most of them are at the peak of Tier 7, but there are also Tier 8 powerhouses who are stronger than Sylph. Enz, who is at the peak of Tier 8, how can Sylph win against them? Moreover, they're not attacking one by one, they're attacking all at once. The combined combat aura suppression is still too much for Sylph to handle. Fortunately, it's only combat aura suppression. If it were a real fight, even 10 Sylphs wouldn't be able to take on the elite troops in front of her. As time passed, Sylph's pale complexion gradually turned rosy. It's not a sign that her condition is improving, it's a sign that her blood chi is surging due to the combat aura suppression. If this continues, Sylph, she'll definitely vomit blood and collapse to the ground. One can only imagine how arrogant the guardians are if they dare to make a princess vomit blood and collapse to the ground. When the time comes, all they have to do is to use the excuse of testing the imperial family to fool them. After all, they didn't make a move. However, at that time, the Guardian clan would have to bear Kite's wrath. In Kate's eyes, nothing was more important than his daughter, Sylph. Even if it was the Guardian tribe who had contributed a lot, even if it was the king who was slandered as a fatuous ruler who attacked those who had contributed a lot. Of course, since Wu Yan was here, he wouldn't be able to see Kite lose his temper. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he saw Sylph's face turning red. Her blue eyes were filled with pain. Wu Yan glanced at Ency. Buzz, violent magic power comparable to the boundless ocean suddenly erupted, and like the raging waves in a storm, it violently rushed over. Wu Yan lifted his foot and stomped hard on the ground. With a soft bang, the shockwave-like white mist abruptly burst out from where Wu Yan's foot landed, and instantly spread out in all directions. The temperature dropped to freezing point all of a sudden. Kacha kacha kacha. Wherever the ice-cold white fog passed through, the ground would be frozen into ice in an instant amidst a wave of cracking sounds. Moreover, the ice would swiftly spread in all directions. The do chi that had gathered together and burned on the bodies of the elite troops was actually covered by the white fog under the ice-cold air and formed into ice. What? The Guardian tribe's elites turned pale with fright. Just as they turned pale with fright, a white mist containing the temperature of extreme ice blew over their bodies. The Guardian clan's elites didn't even have time to react. Amidst their terrified screams, they were all frozen into ice sculptures. Impossible. Enz couldn't believe it, but he didn't have much time to react. The frenzied sea of cold energy was getting closer and closer to him, and he finally realized that now wasn't the time to be in disbelief. Enz quickly drew his knight's sword, channeled his combat energy, and executed a battle technique. He slashed at the white mist with all his might. Peng! The slash that was flickering with the radiance of Do Chi fiercely collided with the incoming white fog. The white fog was sliced apart from the middle, creating an empty space. Huff! The white mist that was cut in half brushed past En's body without slowing down. Enz only felt a bone-piercing cold current sweeping past him. When he regained his senses, everything in front of him was covered in ice, and even the sweat on his forehead had condensed into ice beads. At the scene, only the area where Enz was standing was perfectly preserved. How terrifying! With a swoosh, the color on En's face faded, and a thick paleness covered his entire face, showing his emotions at the moment. En subconsciously raised his head and looked at Wu Yan. In the next second, En saw Wu Yan's half-smile. That expression was clearly the expression of looking at a loser. En's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness, but no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. After all, it was his idea to use pure Do Chi to make things difficult for them. In this situation, the rules were clear. Whoever made the first move would lose. And just now, Enz made his move. In order to block Wu Yan's cold current, he not only made his move, but also used his armament and battle technique. He lost miserably. How could this be? Enzi roared. Why is the cold air made up of pure magic power able to freeze people? Using pure magic to create cold current, many ice element mages could do it. But to be able to reach this level of cold current, Enz had never even heard of it. It wouldn't be strange if it was an ice elemental spell, but who could freeze the ground and even the people in their line of sight with the cold air formed by pure mana? A demigod might be able to do it, but Enz would rather die than believe that Wu Yan was a demigod. What Enzi didn't know is that with Wu Yan's ability, no matter how strong his mana is, he can still freeze the ground in his line of sight with his mana. However, he can't freeze a tier 7 or 8 cultivator. That's a feat he can't do. It was all thanks to Aurora and Nagisa that they were able to achieve such a feat. The Enchantress of Ashnice was a primogenitor level familiar to begin with, and the familiar of the strongest vampire primogenitor in the world, the 4th primogenitor. It was easy to imagine how strong it was, but after Aurora and Nagisa fused and became one, the Enchantress of Ashnice's power increased by several levels. Among Wu Yan's familiars, Black Dragon's Lightning Trap and White Dragon's Flame are the strongest. However, they are only strong in terms of their abilities. They have lightning that can shatter space and fire that can burn time. That is the true strength of the Black and White Dragons. But if one didn't count in ability, just in terms of strength, the Enchantress of Azure Ice was the strongest. As the master of an ice familiar, Wu Yan's mastery of ice reached an unprecedented level thanks to its help. That's why the scene before them happened. Holding Sylph's hand, Wu Yan walked past the frozen statues that were still in shock. Wu Yan brushed past Ensi's pale face as he continued forward. Ens turned around, his eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't suppress the hatred in his heart any longer, he roared in a frenzy. Oh, a roar filled with resentment and unwillingness reverberated in this world of ice, lingering for a long time. Wu Yan held Sylph's hand as they walked behind Wu Yan. Her icy blue eyes rippled as she stared at his tall back. Your mastery of ice has surprised me, oh. Wu Yan smiled without turning around. If the famous ice princess says so, then it must be true, Sylph lowered her head and whispered. My ice isn't as good as yours, then I'll be happy. Wu Yan turned around with a gentle smile. I don't want to be weaker than my fiancé, even if it's ice. Sylph's eyes flashed, she looked at Wu Yan's hand and smiled. Chapter 1062. Emperor Island City. As night gradually descended upon Emperor Island City, the entire city was in an uproar. The reason was simple, news of the conflict between Wu Yan and the Guardian clan had spread like wildfire. In less than a day, the Guardian clan's Knight Squad and an elite squad were defeated by the fiancé of an imperial princess. The news of them being hung up and frozen into ice sculptures spread like wildfire, including the imperial family of the 3 empires. Some were happy when they heard the news while others were sad. Needless to say, the imperial family of the 3 empires were the happiest. Not only were the direct descendants of the 3 empires on the Emperor Island, there were also the collateral descendants of the imperial family. During the time they were on the Emperor Island, the imperial family members didn't have a good time at all. That's because the Guardian clan used the name of supervising the imperial family as an excuse to bully them. They were the imperial family members of the 3 empires, who would dare to bully them outside. However, after coming here, they suffered from the Guardian clan's people making things difficult for them. Unfortunately, the Guardian clan's people used the excuse of supervising the imperial family's disciples as an excuse and did not directly take action. As a result, the imperial family's disciples of the 3 great empires could not do anything even if they wanted to. They held back their anger and were extremely depressed. Now, how could they not be happy when they saw that the Guardian clan had been defeated by a member of the imperial family? Especially the imperial family members of the Ailu Empire, they almost worshipped Wu Yan as their idol. After all, he had helped them vent their anger, hadn't he? While the imperial family members of the 3 empires were happy, the Guardian clan was enraged. They were trapped on the Emperor Island for the rest of their lives. Their strength was useless and could only be used to guard the illusory land of God's spirits. They only had the opportunity to guard the land of God's spirits once every 10 years when the land of God's spirits was opened. The grievance in the hearts of the Guardian clan grew even stronger. Now that the place of gods had opened with great difficulty, they could finally be put to good use. Moreover, they could make use of this opportunity. They were just venting out the grievances in their hearts, but instead, they were trampled on by someone else. How could the Guardian clan not be angry? They wanted to find trouble with Wu Yan, but even 100 knights of at least the 7th step and a few dozen elites of at least the peak of the 7th step had been defeated by Wu Yan. Enz, who was at the peak of the 8th step, couldn't do anything either. His face was as black as charcoal for the whole day. What could they do? In fact, there were many people from the Guardian clan who simply didn't believe that a 20-something-year-old man could single-handedly defeat a knight team consisting of 100 powerhouses of at least the 7th step and a few dozen elites of at least the peak of the 7th step. However, the knights were still hanging outside the city, and the elite team was still in the shape of an ice sculpture. They had no choice but to believe it. Therefore, the people of the Guardian clan could only clamor verbally, but all of them were cowards. They could only wait for the truly powerful guardians to make trouble for them. When that time came, they would definitely not mind adding insult to injury. All of a sudden, the entire Emperor Island became lively. At night, the bright moon hung in the pitch-black night sky. The cold moonlight poured down from the sky, illuminating the surface of the sea and making it shine brightly. Under the Guardian Tree. In the Guardian clan's resting area, there is an area reserved for the 3 empires' royalty to live in during the opening of the Domain of Gods. In the depths of the Ailu Empire's royalty's living area, inside a building, Wu Yan sat cross-legged on a bed with his eyes closed. The flow of mana kept surging, and every time it surged, the flow of mana would strengthen a bit. Mana flowed in and out of Wu Yan's body like smoke. As time passed, it slowly grew stronger and flowed into Wu Yan's body, becoming a part of the endless sea of mana inside him. This scene lasted for nearly 3 hours before Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes. The mana on the surface of his body retracted back into his body and calmed down. Wu Yan exhaled after feeling the mana in his body replenish a bit. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Wu Yan's mana is superior due to his primogenitor bloodline and the best mana cultivation method. No one can compare to him in terms of quantity and quality. However, Wu Yan isn't satisfied with the current situation. There are a lot of tactics in the 103,000 grimoires, some of them require an insane amount of mana to cast. Wu Yan's mana is strong, but he can't use those tactics as if they were breathing. He will run out sooner or later. Therefore, only by constantly improving and improving would there be a day when he would be able to use all of the techniques in the 103,000 books of Demon Tao at his fingertips. When that time comes, Wu Yan will be considered a true powerhouse. Even if he doesn't use the spells in the 103,000 grimoires, Wu Yan still has familiars in his body. Vassal beasts were the amalgamation of mana. Vassal beasts were the embodiment of mana itself. High-level vampires were stronger than low-level vampires because their bloodline was higher. They could store more mana than low-level vampires. Naturally, vassal beasts made of mana would be stronger than low-level vampires. In other words, the growth of the host's mana is the growth of the familiars themselves. Otherwise, how can familiars accompany their host for eternity if they can't grow? Therefore, Wu Yan has to cultivate his mana every day for the sake of his familiar's growth. This way, Anubis, Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agurola will all be able to grow stronger. Cultivating more magic power is always beneficial. Wu Yan concluded. He wanted to continue cultivating, but he paused. He looked at the door with a smile on his face. "Since you're here, come in," Wu Yan's voice reverberated in the room. After he finished speaking, there was a period of silence. However, not long after, the door was quietly opened. Soon after, an ice blue figure walked in. Looking at the beautiful girl who was walking towards him, Wu Yan nodded his head in amazement. He couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the girl who was walking towards him slowly. As expected of an imperial princess, "You're beautiful." Sylph's footsteps paused for a moment. Her eyes flickered for a moment, but she quickly recovered as if she didn't hear anything. She walked up to Wu Yan and stared at Wu Yan with her icy blue eyes. She didn't say anything, she just stared at him. Wu Yan scratched his face awkwardly. He had no choice but to speak up to hide his awkwardness. "It's late, you're still awake." Sylph nodded. Her lips moved but she didn't say anything. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the way she looked like she wanted to say something. "Well, anyway, you're looking for me, right?" Wu Yan shifted his body to make room for Sylph. "Why don't you sit down first?" Sylph hesitated for a moment when she saw Wu Yan making room for her. She walked over and sat down next to Wu Yan. She turned around and looked at him. "Lana came to see me earlier," Wu Yan blinked. "Did she push you down? Is that why she came to see me?" Sylph's expression turned cold. She raised her hand and icy blue mana surged from it. Wu Yan quickly raised his hands in surrender. "It's just a joke." "A joke? Don't joke about this in the future." Sylph frowned, she sounded a little unhappy. "I don't really like that child's fetish." Wu Yan almost laughed out loud when he heard Sylph. He can't guarantee that Sylph won't attack him next time. He coughed dryly and he tried to look serious. "So, you came to see me because Lana caused you trouble. You want me to tie her up again?" Sylph glanced at Wu Yan and shook her head. Wu Yan's joke immediately disappeared. "Rena told me that you've seen the projection of God Ailu and that disaster." Wu Yan's smile faded. He rubbed his face as if he had a headache when he met Sylph's gaze. "That girl, she's such a blabbermouth, so it's true." Sylph stared at Wu Yan with a serious expression. "Can you tell me more about it?" Chapter 1063. The night is getting darker. Wu Yan and Sylph sat side by side in the room. The room was illuminated by the magic lamp on the ceiling. Sylph, who has been sitting beside Wu Yan for quite some time, didn't say anything. She stared at Wu Yan with her icy blue eyes. She listened to Wu Yan talk about how he got the 3 rings left behind by Ai Lu, how he met Ai Lu's projection in the treasury, and how he got the Ring of Power and the Great Calamity. Wu Yan's voice reverberated throughout the room. Sylph's expression remained as cold as ice, she didn't show any signs of emotion when she heard what happened. However, if one were to look closely, one would notice a slight fluctuation in Sylph's eyes. Her heart isn't as calm as it seems. After a long time, Wu Yan finally told her everything. He exhaled and sighed. "That's why I came to the domain of gods to see if the key to the Ring of Power is here." Wu Yan pursed his lips and smiled bitterly. "If it's possible, I really hope that I can't find the key to the Ring of Power in the land of gods. That way, I can prove that the disaster Ailu's projection mentioned is just a lie." "There's no need to cause so much trouble." The ripples in Sylph's eyes slowly calmed down. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "So, you've been carrying such a heavy secret all this time." "Carrying?" Wu Yan shook his head and chuckled. "Carrying? Don't think too highly of me. I don't have the heart to save the world." It was Sylph's turn to be stunned. "Then why are you still running around for the sake of the Great Calamity?" Wu Yan shrugged and turned his head away. "Since you're a god tier, there's no need to joke around with the younger generation. As for me, I just don't want to lose a good place to stay." He shifted his gaze to the window and looked at the night sky. At this moment, Wu Yan's tone sounded a bit dreamy. "After all, I know. It should be us. There's a reason for us to stay in this world." Sylph didn't know what Wu Yan was talking about, but she didn't ask him about it. She remained silent. Wu Yan can tell her about Ailu's projection, the Ring of Power, and the Great Calamity. Yet, Wu Yan is hiding some secrets from her. Either these secrets are extremely important or they must be kept a secret from her. If Wu Yan doesn't want to talk about it, there's no point in asking. One has to admit that under Sylph's cold exterior, there's a very delicate heart. After digesting the information, Sylph lifted her chin and looked out of the window. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to enter the domain of gods, I know. Wu Yan nodded without any surprise. Even if the 3 imperial families don't mind, the Guardian clan won't let me get the chance to enter the land of gods without doing anything. That's not all. Sylph closed her eyes, concealing the emotions in them. Your identity has always been the fiancée of an empire's princess. Although you're qualified to enter the land of gods, you don't really have the blood of the royal family of the 3 empires. Many people will suspect that you have ulterior motives and want to use the marriage with the royal family to get a chance to enter the land of gods. The Guardian clan only needs to add oil to the fire and the royals will side with them. Wu Yan shifted his gaze to Sylph. Am I right? Yes, I will report this matter to Imperial Father. His Majesty Gede and His Majesty Vea as well. Sylph didn't beat around the bush. With the support of the 3 emperors, the royals of the 3 empires should be fine. What about the Guardian clan? Are you going to tell them about this as well? Wu Yan asked his own question. When the time comes, they will think that I'm using this as an excuse to enter the domain of gods. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about that. Sylph said. There are still rational people among the Guardians. I'm sure Father and the others will deal with this matter properly once they know about it. That would be a great help. Wu Yan crossed his arms and placed them behind his head. He teased Sylph. As expected, every successful man must have a woman who supports him. Sylph, I'm sure you will be a good woman in the future. Sylph looked at Wu Yan and after a while, she said something that made Wu Yan's smile freeze. There are already many good women supporting you behind your back, Ma, of course I know that. Wu Yan laughed dryly and he mumbled. I'm just surprised that you can stand behind a man and support him. Sylph didn't say anything. Indeed, Sylph's image is that of a cold, independent woman. Sylph is the most outstanding prodigy in the Ailu imperial family. She's a young girl but she's much more outstanding than the men in the imperial family. Even in the Spalier World Academy where geniuses are everywhere, Sylph is better than the princes of the other 2 empires. She's the strongest student in the Spalier World Academy. If Wu Yan and the others didn't appear out of nowhere, Sylph would be the most outstanding prodigy in the Spalier world. Plus, Sylph is famous for her cold personality. She's beautiful, strong, elegant, and has a strong background. There should be a lot of men who want to conquer her. After all, conquering a young girl like her is a great accomplishment. Who would have thought that such a valiant and cold girl would one day stand behind a man and silently support him? That's probably harder than conquering this girl. Of course, Sylph was aware of the thoughts of the others. She simply replied with a simple sentence. No matter how cold a woman is, she's still a woman. Wu Yan looked at the expressionless Sylph in shock. He couldn't believe that those words came out of Sylph's mouth. Sylph had a look of surprise on her face. She didn't know why she said something like that. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw this. He laughed in a very joyful manner. Wu Yan felt like the distance between him and Sylph got a lot closer after he said those words. That's right, even if she's Sylph, she's still a girl. Wu Yan lamented for a bit before he giggled. Well, you're right, no matter how cold a woman is, she's still a woman. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. But, it's still too early for you to say that. Right now, you're just a girl. Sylph narrowed her eyes and turned to Wu Yan. Are you saying that I'm not mature enough? I didn't say that. Wu Yan shrugged with a smirk. Maturity has nothing to do with whether you're a woman or not. Sylph, you're pretty cute for saying something like that. Sylph ignored Wu Yan's last sentence and asked. Then, what kind of woman is a woman in your eyes? That's hard to say. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he laughed out loud. At the very least, a person who didn't even give her first kiss can't be considered a woman. Wu Yan froze when he heard Sylph's words. An ice-cold pretty face was imprinted in his wine-red eyes. Immediately, it was magnified in his eyes. Finally, a pair of icy blue eyes met with his a few centimeters away. At the same time, Wu Yan felt something cold and soft on his lips. Wu Yan was stunned when he felt the softness on his lips. His mind went blank as he stared at the beautiful face in front of him. Sylph's lips parted from Wu Yan's. She looked at Wu Yan and said, "Now, I'm qualified to be called a woman, right?" Sylph turned around and left the room. Wu Yan was left alone on the bed. He didn't regain his senses for a long time. Chapter 1064. For the next few days, Wu Yan stayed in his room to cultivate. He didn't leave his room at all. The scenery of Emperor Island was indeed beautiful. If he could take advantage of his free time to take a stroll around the streets, it would be a very worthwhile thing to do. Many members of the three empires' imperial families did the same. Wu Yan also wanted to take a stroll around the Emperor Island, but Sylph persuaded him to stay. The Emperor Island is beautiful, but it is still the Guardian tribe's territory. Given Wu Yan's grudge with the Guardian tribe, he'll definitely run into a lot of trouble if he goes out. Wu Yan doesn't care about this, but Sylph thinks it's best to avoid it if possible. Trouble will always be trouble. Even if she's not afraid of it, it's better to avoid it. Besides, Wu Yan didn't come here to pick a fight with the Guardian tribe. He has more important business to attend to. Since Sylph said so, Wu Yan had no choice but to stay in his room. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent most of his time cultivating. He also spent the rest of his time with Sylph. Wu Yan is not sure if it's because of Sylph or because of his title as her fiancé. Wu Yan and Sylph didn't get along well. They are living under the same roof. At the same time, Sylph didn't leave her room either. She didn't know if it was because of the sudden kiss or because she caused Wu Yan to be unable to go out. She either stayed in her room to cultivate like Wu Yan or spent her free time chatting with Wu Yan. Even though Wu Yan didn't leave the house, he enjoyed his time with Sylph. His interactions with Sylph became more and more natural as well. They are no longer unfamiliar with each other. The relationship between the two of them also became quite good all of a sudden. They really look like a fiancé and fiancée. On the surface, Sylph is still as cold as ever. She didn't change much when she interacted with Wu Yan. Even the tone of his voice was still as cold as before. However, if someone observes Sylph closely, they'll notice some small changes. For example, when Wu Yan is around, Sylph's gaze would often fall on him. Another example is when Wu Yan is around. Sylph would usually stand beside him. Their distance from each other has increased to shoulder to shoulder. These changes are subtle and subtle. If it's someone else, these changes would be considered friendly. However, if it's Sylph, it's a different story. Everyone who was familiar with Sylph knew that she had never experienced such a change before. Now that she is changed, Wu Yan's position in her heart. Special. This made Kite and Rena very unhappy. One of them had a daughter complex and treated Sylph like the treasure of his life. He didn't even have the heart to speak loudly to her. The other was a lesbian who wanted nothing more than to take Sylph for herself. She would stick to Sylph every day and never leave her side for the rest of her life. With such a strong bond, the ones who knew Sylph the best were Kate and Rena. Naturally, they noticed the subtle changes in Sylph's demeanor. How could the two of them, who treated Sylph as the love of their lives, be happy about it? They were even worried that if this continued, the two of them who were living under the same roof would sooner or later end up on the same bed sheet. Kite and Rena couldn't remain calm anymore. Thus, the two of them would go to Wu Yan and Sylph's place every other day. Even if they don't have time, they would squeeze in some extra time. Whenever Wu Yan and Sylph are talking, the two of them would yell at them in an attempt to interrupt the nurturing of their relationship. This is especially true for Lana. She did everything she could to ruin Wu Yan's image in Sylph's mind. She even sacrificed her body for him. She would sneak into Wu Yan's bed while he was asleep and yell about molestation. She would also run naked into Wu Yan's arms while he was taking a bath. She would complain to Wu Yan that Wu Yan peeked at her while she was taking a bath. Sometimes, she would even seduce Wu Yan in front of Sylph. She would even give her first kiss to Wu Yan. Fortunately, Sylph already knew what kind of person Lana is. She got a good idea of Wu Yan's character and she exposed Lana's schemes. Otherwise, Wu Yan would have no choice but to jump into the Yellow River no matter how white he is. However, with this little brat making a ruckus every day, Wu Yan and Sylph who are cooped up in the house didn't feel bored at all. Because of this, they started to share more and more common thoughts. Their feelings for each other grew even stronger. Lana suffered a double loss in the process. She cried a lot of times. Even so, she didn't seem to be tired of it. It seems like she's planning to fight a protracted war. Wu Yan and Sylph couldn't do anything about it, but they could only let the little brat do as she pleases. It's a good way to pass the time. Of course, while they're fooling around, the proper business is also proceeding in an orderly manner. Sylph's efficiency is very high. She's already reported everything she got from Wu Yan to the three emperors of Kate, Geta, and Weia without missing a single word. It's no surprise that such a shocking secret shocked the three emperors. At first, they didn't really believe it. It's not that they didn't believe Wu Yan's words. It's just that this matter is too unbelievable and too shocking. Anyone who hears it would be suspicious. Only a special person like Sylph would choose to believe Wu Yan without hesitation. However, after they personally went to Wu Yan and asked him about the whole matter and saw the ring of power that looks exactly like the ring of authority, the three emperors had no choice but to believe Wu Yan's words. Realizing that the situation is more serious than they thought, the three emperors immediately took action. Kate, Geta, and Weia didn't reveal the specifics of what they're going to do. However, they've already reported this matter to the three emperors of the three empires. If the great calamity mentioned by a god-level expert was true, then it wasn't something that people at their level could deal with. At the very least, it's necessary for the demigods to take action. As for the reaction of the three emperors, Kate and the other two emperors might know. However, Wu Yan has no way of knowing. He didn't care either. He's already done his best, so it doesn't matter how others react. He just needs to do his own thing and continue living his comfortable life. However, Wu Yan didn't expect the emperors of the three empires to come to Emperor's Island as well. According to Sylph, the emperors of the three empires also want to enter the domain of gods in search of opportunities to improve themselves. Even demigods want to enter the domain of gods in search of opportunities to become stronger. Wu Yan felt that his evaluation of the domain of gods was still too low. At the same time, he's also filled with curiosity. He's curious about how mystical the domain of gods is. Even demigods are willing to enter it. Originally, Wu Yan came to the domain of gods to look for the key to open the ring of power. Now, he's looking forward to the domain of gods. Just like that, Wu Yan and Sylph stayed in the house for an entire week. There are only 3 days left until the domain of gods opens. At night, the hustle and bustle of the day calmed down. The lights in the Emperor's Island dimmed as well. Most of the houses have turned off their lights. Not long after, the sound of faint breathing could be heard. It was a peaceful night. Faint moonlight shone down from the sky. Under the guardian tree, the residences of the three emperors were exceptionally quiet. It's obvious that many people have entered a state of slumber. Sitting on the bed, Wu Yan ended his training and stretched his back. Just as he was about to lie down on the bed, his body stopped abruptly. His wine-red eyes flashed with a glint of light. Wu Yan looked out the window and smirked. He disappeared in a flash. Chapter 1065. Emperor Island City, under the Guardian Tree. Under the Guardian Tree's gigantic tree trunk, there was a wide platform. The platform was made of white rocks and was about 1/3 the size of the Guardian Tree's trunk. It could fit at least 1,000 people. It was quite spacious. The rocks that make up the platform look weak, but they are made of special ores. They are extremely hard. Even a Tier 8 powerhouse would find it hard to leave a mark on them. Therefore, this platform was usually used as a training ground for the outstanding disciples of the Protector clan. It had existed for a very long time, almost as long as the Divine Protector tree. Of course, after so many years, no matter how hard the platform is, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be damaged. It has been repaired many times, but it's still a very special place. It wasn't only because it could provide a good battlefield, it was also because it had the longest history other than the Guardian Tree on the Emperor Island. Perhaps it was due to frequent maintenance. The surface of the platform was very smooth. There was very little dust on it. Under the moonlight, it even shone with an ivory luster. It looked like a large gemstone, bright and beautiful. The leaves of the Guardian Tree fell on it and added some shade to the ivory luster. It was a rather beautiful painting. The surroundings were completely silent and there was not even the slightest bit of sound. Only the sound of the wind continuously reverberated and brushed against the smooth surface of the platform, bringing with it quite a number of green leaves. When this gust of wind stopped, there was already an additional figure on the platform. Looking at the wide platform under his feet, even Wu Yan couldn't help but marvel at the size and appearance of the platform. He started walking. He started walking on the platform like he's taking a stroll. With a series of light and rhythmic footsteps, he walked forward. Looking ahead, Wu Yan slowly walked towards the Guardian Tree's trunk. The Guardian Tree's trunk is boundless. Wu Yan can't see the end of it. It makes him wonder if he's actually walking forward. However, Wu Yan's main goal is not to take a look at the Guardian Tree. It's a figure standing under the Guardian Tree with his hands behind his back facing him. He narrowed his eyes and continued walking forward until he was about 10 meters away from the figure. Seeing the figure's back gradually getting clearer and bigger under his gaze, he continued walking forward until he was about 10 meters away from the figure. Only then did he stop and look at the other party. At this moment, the other party's seemingly thin and weak figure was actually releasing a little bit of magic that couldn't be ignored. It's because he sensed the faint but strong magical energy that Wu Yan left his room and came here. It's not that Wu Yan is too curious. He wanted to get closer after sensing the fluctuation of magical energy, but the way the figure is releasing magical energy is too special. It's so weak that it can't be detected, but it has a strong presence. It's probably done on purpose. This was because only existences at the same level or stronger than the other party would be able to sense the magic released in such a manner. It's very obvious. The figure is inviting someone. He's inviting someone who can sense his magical energy to come. And this person is most likely Wu Yan. Looking at her back, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with the light of the system's perception. Entel, level 88. It's really a Tier 9 powerhouse. And it's a Tier 9 powerhouse who's at level 88. Deactivating the system perception, Wu Yan has a vague idea of the other party's identity. On Emperor Island, other than the emperors of the 3 empires, there's only one other person who has the strength of a Tier 9 powerhouse. The Guardian Tribe's patriarch. In an instant, Wu Yan has a lot of guesses in his mind. His gaze on Entel also gradually sharpened. Perhaps sensing Wu Yan's gaze, the other party finally turned around. An ordinary yet dignified face was exposed to the air. At the same time, an oppressive and steady voice resounded on the silent platform. To be able to sense my presence from such a distance. Entel calmly opened his mouth. His gaze met Wu Yan's. Looks like the rumor of Princess Sylph's fiancé being a Tier 9 powerhouse is true. Hearing this, Wu Yan revealed a gentle smile. Under the influence of the night and the atmosphere, he looked a bit unruly. Yet, he still spoke like this. Compared to you, I'm still far from being able to compare. You don't have to belittle yourself. Entel shook his head. His face that looks like he's in his 40s or 50s with wrinkles around his eyes tensed up. Throughout the history of the Spalier world, even the most talented person at your age couldn't achieve even half of your current strength. You're the first in history. I'm afraid there won't be anyone like you in the future. You're overestimating me. I only managed to get to where I am today with a bit of luck. I can't be considered a genius. There are plenty of people more talented than me out there. Wu Yan didn't take Entel's flattery seriously. Wu Yan knows his limits. He knows that if he didn't have the help of the system's EXP system, reaching Tier 7 by now would be a pretty good feat. It doesn't matter if Entel really thinks he's an unprecedented genius or not. Wu Yan didn't think much of it. Genius or not, it doesn't matter to him. If he could live a peaceful life with the girls, he would be willing to give up all his power. From the beginning to the end, the only reason he wanted to possess power was to achieve this goal. Power, to Wu Yan, is just a means to an end. If he can achieve his goal, then he doesn't need it. Plus, he's not wrong. There are plenty of people more talented than him out there. Mikoto is only 15 years old and she's already a Tier 9. Kotori is a bit younger than her but she's also a Tier 9. Then there's Toka. Even though she doesn't know how old she is, she shouldn't be older than Wu Yan. Chuju, Shokuhu Misaki, Kurumi, Yoshino, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and the others. None of them are over 20 years old but they're all at the peak of Tier 8. When they reach Tier 9, they'll be younger than Wu Yan. Of course, there are other factors that contributed to this. For example, the fairies were born with a certain degree of power. They are considered special existences. Even if you take away these factors, Wu Yan doesn't think he can compare to them. Wu Yan is the only one who knows what kind of talents the girls around him have. Compared to the girls around him, Wu Yan is nothing. That's why he's been working so hard to catch up. He wants to be able to stand in front of the girls and protect them from the wind and rain. As for whether they're talented or not, that's not worth anything to Wu Yan. Entel could hear the indifference in Wu Yan's tone. There's a hint of admiration and surprise in his eyes. He asked himself if he was in Wu Yan's shoes. If he was in Wu Yan's shoes and had the same level of power at his age, he would be proud and arrogant. In Entel's mind, Wu Yan's image is the same as well. But now, it seems like the young man in front of him isn't as simple as he thought. With this thought in mind, Entel didn't hide his thoughts and directly spoke out in praise. With such a mentality and strength, I more or less understand why you've achieved so much. It's no wonder King Kite values you so much. It's also no wonder Princess Sylph was willing to marry you. You. Very good. Very good. If the Guardian tribe knew about Entel's evaluation of Wu Yan, it would cause an uproar. Even a genius like Princess Sylph was only given a not bad evaluation by their patriarch. This also proves that Entel truly views Wu Yan as someone on the same level as him. Wu Yan chuckled and asked, "Did you ask me out just to praise me?" "Of course not. Of course not." Entel chuckled, his tone sinking as a berserk mana burst out from his body. "Entel, this is my son." Chapter 1066. Entel, this is my son. The surging flow of magic power was accompanied by a thunderous sound, and it was like a wave of air that rippled through the space. Wu Yan, who did not expect Entel to suddenly launch an attack, also opened his eyes wide. However, this did not hinder Wu Yan from understanding Entel's words. In addition to the fact that Entel was releasing his magic power without holding back, which was far more ferocious than that of an ordinary powerhouse of the ninth step, Wu Yan sneered. His wine-red pupils suddenly shrunk and expanded, turning into a rich gold color. At the same time, although not as ferocious as Entel's, a scorching magic power surged out from Wu Yan's body. Like a wave hitting a reef, it fiercely collided with Entel's magic power. Boom! A low rumbling sound reverberated, the sound wave turned into a wave of air, sweeping out in all directions. On the platform, all the leaves and dust were blown away. The center of the magic power collision was like the core of a typhoon, bringing with it a violent storm, soaring into the sky. The two collided. They actually achieved a balance. Entel could not help but be astonished. He was a powerhouse who was about to reach the peak of the ninth step. In a contest of magic power, he actually managed to achieve a balance with a young man who had just reached the ninth step, who was not even half his age. Could it be that this kid was actually hiding something? Entel, who was thinking this, quickly discovered the reason why Entel was able to achieve a balance with his magic power. It was because Entel's magic power was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it was able to even out the gap of almost an entire step. Of course, this is only a draw in terms of magic power, it's not a draw in terms of strength. However, if Entel wants to rely on magic power to suppress Wu Yan, that's not going to happen. However, Entel did not feel happy at all after coming to this conclusion. At the ninth step, the gap between each step was extremely large. To put it bluntly, Entel's strength was close to the peak of the ninth step. At the very least, he could defeat 5 powerhouses who had just reached the ninth step like Wu Yan without suffering any injuries. But now. However, he had been evened out by his opponent in terms of magic power. Although it was just a simple competition of magic power, it was enough to prove that Wu Yan had strength that surpassed his own level. That terrifying demonic power. If it was used in a battle with an expert of the same level. In that case, he would win. It was only a matter of time. Unless the other party also has an outstanding ability. The corner of Entel's mouth curled up as he gazed at the endless waves of powerful magical energy. Very strong magic power, but it's a pity. In other words, magic power. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue magic array suddenly flashed under Entel's feet and started spinning. Buzz! Entel stretched out his hand and with a flip of his hand, the mana surging around him immediately flowed over and condensed into a surging ball of mana that rapidly vibrated. An extremely terrifying fluctuation of mana quickly revolved around the ball of mana. The surrounding space was actually slightly distorted by the rotation of the ball of mana. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ball of mana in Entel's hand was an extremely powerful magic. Wu Yan could clearly sense the violent ball of mana, causing his expression to become serious. He clenched his hand and a surge of mana surged out and gradually condensed into a whirlpool of mana, violently fluctuating. The whirlpool of mana frantically revolved, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound. The originally colorless whirlpool of mana also turned into a fiery color as it revolved. Along with the surge of mana in Wu Yan's body, the whirlpool continued to revolve. As it revolved, the fiery glow within the whirlpool also gradually became denser. At a certain moment, the whirlpool of mana came to an abrupt stop. At this moment, the whirlpool of mana was fiery red like the mouth of a volcano, looking quite dazzling. However, if one were to view it as a scenery, one would definitely die an ugly death. He raised his head and looked at Entel. The ball of light in Entel's palm was also rotating at an extreme speed. It emitted a blinding light that resembled a miniature sun. It was so dazzling that it hurt to look at it. Very good. Entel's eyes lightly shifted to the small sun-like ball of light in his hand. A moment later, he suddenly raised his head and a cold smile appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, the small sun-like ball of light shot out and directly flew towards Wu Yan. Like a beam of light, the dazzling little sun cut through space and fell from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying amount of mana that caused one's hair to stand on end as it smashed down without any explanation. With such power, one can be sure that if it hit someone, even a rank 9 powerhouse, if not dead, would definitely be seriously injured. Wu Yan didn't know if Entel was holding back or not, but his attack was definitely enough to threaten him. Seeing the small sun-like ball of light coming towards him, Wu Yan's mana surged wildly. Pang! Above his head, the fiery red whirlpool of mana exploded with a muffled sound, following which it began to revolve again. Soon after, a giant arm that was over 10 meters in size reached out from the hole. The gigantic arm was entirely fiery red. It extended out of the volcano-like mana vortex as if it was the arm of a titan that had broken out of the ground and awakened from eternal hibernation. Vaguely, the volcano-like vortex even carried faint beast-like roars, and its momentum was extremely frightening. Titan's hand awakened. Wu Yan's dreamy voice slowly came out from his mouth, revealing the essence of the spell that Wu Yan used. It was the famous spell of the model mythical Titan Giant's attack. What spell is that? Entel furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. Could it be that while the Guardians were defending the Emperor Island, the outside world created a new type of spell? Entel glanced at the fiery red arm, the frown between his brows loosened. No matter what, let me see. As if responding to Entel's words, the sun-like ball of light sped up a bit. Wu Yan took a deep breath and waved his hand. The Titan's hand awakened instantly became like Wu Yan's arm. At the same time Wu Yan waved his hand, the Titan's hand awakened shot out with the exact same motion as him. Two extremely terrifying attacks streaked through the air like lightning. Finally, under the watchful eyes of their masters, they fiercely collided. Pang! In an instant, a terrifying roar and shockwave rippled out like the raging waves of the sea. On the wide platform, huge waves were set off. For a split second, the world quieted down at the moment of the collision. Then, it abruptly shook. The surging magic power and the shock waves formed by the collision were mixed together, and as they rolled, they swept out. The platform that even a Tier 8 combatant would find hard to leave a mark on was swept up by the shockwave. The shockwave even blew off a lot of leaves from the guardian tree's canopy. The shockwave swept out violently, the wind and waves wreaked havoc. Kacha-kacha, sounds echoed on the platform, the ground also trembled slightly, even the branches on the guardian tree's canopy shook. All the sounds mixed together and soared into the sky, like a deafening thunder in the middle of the night. The sound was deafening. Many royals of the 3 empires and the guardians were awakened from their sleep by this thunderous sound. One after another, they poked their heads out of their windows in surprise. Unfortunately, the two sides involved in the battle were quite far away from the residential area. They couldn't discover anything, they could only treat it as a thunderclap and go back to sleep. Of course, there was also a portion of people who faintly sensed something. The shockwave lasted for a full 10 minutes before it gradually subsided, and within the city, the heavens and earth also gradually returned to a state of silence. However, that incomparably sturdy platform, at the center of the collision, had an entire layer removed. Even a Tier 8 powerhouse would find it difficult to leave a mark on the platform, but a layer of the surface had been torn off in the collision. Such a terrifying destructive force, if it had been triggered elsewhere, it would not have been as simple as tearing off a layer of rock. As the shock wave that filled the sky slowly subsided, the figures of the two combatants in the battle were revealed. Both of them didn't have any injuries on their bodies, as if the previous scene didn't happen at all. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that Entel's expression was calm, while Wu Yan's expression was grave. Obviously, in this collision, Entel had the upper hand. Chapter 1067. The surroundings are silent. The two people who had just engaged in a terrifying collision stood facing each other from afar, but they did not speak for a long time. Wu Yan turned silent as he stared at Entel. In the exchange just now, Entel was indeed more skillful. Although the two of them didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, the two of them knew better than anyone else what had happened at the moment of collision. The clash between Entel's sunset and Wu Yan's resuscitated Titan's hand seemed to be in a stalemate at first. But in the end, the setting sun gradually overpowered the resurgent Titan's hand. Under the impact of setting sun, the palm part of resuscitated Titan's hand was first crushed, then the wrist part started to crack. Entel's setting sun also slowly penetrated resuscitated Titan's hand and slowly disintegrated it. Wu Yan saw this clearly. He immediately disrupted the mana within the resuscitated Titan's hand. He detonated the resuscitated Titan's hand along with the sunset that penetrated it. Then, the resuscitated Titan's hand dissipated along with Entel's sunset. If this continues, the resuscitated Titan's hand will be penetrated and sunset will crash down on Wu Yan. With Wu Yan's power, he could probably nullify the sunset strike that lost most of its power when it clashed with the Titan's hand. Regardless, Wu Yan lost the previous exchange, even if he didn't take any damage. Wu Yan truly felt it. Entel. How strong is he? Level 88. He's only one level away from reaching the peak of Tier 9. He's qualified to become a demigod. If such a strong person came to Silveria, excluding Wu Yan and company, Entel would be invincible against anyone below the demigod rank. Even if Wu Yan's group is included. Flandre-chan was probably the only one who could suppress Entel. Ikaros and Astria were probably the only ones who could put up a fight against him. No one below demigod rank is a match for Entel. Not even Wu Yan. The resuscitated Titan's hand is a spell that imitates the attack of the mythical Titan. Even if it's not as strong as the real deal, it's still better than magic. At least, it's stronger than the Spalier world's magic. Entel can still rely on the Spalier world's magic to defeat a spell that imitates the mythical Titan's hand. That's because he's stronger than Wu Yan. Much stronger. Wu Yan asked himself. If he doesn't use a spell that's a few levels higher than the resuscitated Titan's hand, he won't be able to defeat Entel. However, the conditions for that level of skill were extremely harsh. Just the time required was a huge problem. That's enough time for Entel to torture him several times over. Of course, that's if Wu Yan doesn't activate Ruby mode or summon his familiars. If he does, the victor will be decided. That's hard to say. If he activates Ruby mode, he doesn't need to say anything. He doesn't need Yukari. As long as he uses Flandre-chan's Ruby mode, Wu Yan is confident he can defeat Entel in less than 5 minutes. Looks like if he wants to defeat Entel, he either has to activate Ruby mode or summon his familiars. That's the only way. Wu Yan loosened his tense expression. His golden pupils turned around and he raised an arm. When Wu Yan was about to summon his familiar, Entel spoke. That attack just now. If you don't have the strength of a Tier 9 intermediate, you won't be able to block it. Entel sighed as he looked at Wu Yan. You're only at rank 9, yet you're able to unleash an attack comparable to an intermediate rank 9. You're strong, much stronger than I expected. No wonder my useless son was defeated by you. Wu Yan stopped what he was doing and he frowned. What does he mean by that? Right at this moment, a loud laughter reverberated in the space between the two of them. Entel, are you satisfied now? Several figures flew over from afar and landed beside Wu Yan and Entel in a blink of an eye. They're the 3 emperors, Carter, Gede, and Weya. Wu Yan was surprised to see the 3 emperors here. Entel, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised at all. He even smiled for the first time since the start of the match. There's nothing to be happy about, all I can say is that I'm getting old and can't compare to the younger generation. Hey, you're only a few years older than us. Carter scolded. If even you admit you're old, what should we do? I don't think I'm old at all. Geddes snorted and crossed his arms. I'll get stronger sooner or later. I won't let this kid catch up so easily. Geddes, didn't you hear what Entel said? Weya mocked Geddes. This kid might have just reached rank 9, but his strength is comparable to an intermediate rank 9. You, on the other hand, have just reached intermediate rank 9. Geddes choked and couldn't say anything. Carter and Vale laughed at the same time. Even Entel was laughing along with them. Wu Yan was at a loss when he saw Entel laughing with the 3 emperors. You. Young friend Wu Yan, please forgive my rudeness. Entel turned around and lowered his head to Wu Yan to apologize. I heard that an extremely young Type 9 powerhouse had come to the Emperor Island and even taught my useless son a lesson. That was why I wanted to test him out. Please don't take it to heart. Wu Yan blinked and shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In other words, the attack just now was just a joke. Of course not. Entel's expression turned serious. Although it was a test, I did use most of my strength. My evaluation of you is also completely true. There is not the slightest bit of deception. If I didn't use strength comparable to an intermediate rank 9, wouldn't it have been dangerous? At that time, it's time for us to show up. Weya patted Wu Yan's shoulder and said. Carter also laughed. We've been here since the beginning. With the 3 of us here, even if Entel is stronger than any of us, you won't be able to do anything. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. He tilted his head and he looked at Entel with uncertainty. So you're not going to avenge your son? Since you want to bully others, you should be prepared to be bullied. Entel shook his head and sighed. The Guardian clan has been confined to the Emperor Island for a very long time. They can't leave the island for the rest of their lives. It's unavoidable that their mentality is twisted. We can only wait until they come to terms with it. Little friend Wu Yan, I hope you don't blame them. I didn't do anything at all. Wu Yan quickly clarified. They're the ones who have been causing trouble for me. That's why I'm here to apologize. Entel sighed. Although I could forcefully stop them, if I were to do so, when the backlash starts, it would only make them even worse. There's nothing I can do about it. A great man doesn't hold a grudge against a petty person. This is what they mean. Carter helplessly revealed a fact that stunned Wu Yan. When the 3 of us first came to the Emperor Island, Entel also made things difficult for us. Didn't we bury the hatchet? There are always times when one is young and frivolous. Entel couldn't help but feel awkward when Carter brought up the past. He looked at Wu Yan and changed the topic. I hope you won't lower yourself to their level. What if they bully me? Wu Yan was dissatisfied. Am I supposed to let them do whatever they want? Entel means that you can teach them a lesson, but you have to be merciful. Weya explained. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh. That's not a problem. When the time comes, I'll teach them an unforgettable lesson. Entel, Carter, Weya, and Weya looked at each other and shook their heads. Thank you, young friend. Entel said with a smile. If that's the case, I have to do something. I already know why you came to the Emperor Island. When the time comes, you'll definitely have a place in the domain of gods. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 1068. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Emperor Island city had finally welcomed the day when the land of gods would open. Today, in the Emperor Island city, whether it was the members of the imperial family or the Guardian clan, everyone had woken up earlier than usual. This included the ordinary people and low-ranking cultivators who lived in the Emperor Island city. The reason the Guardian clan had been confined to the Emperor Island was to protect the Divine Spirit Land. Now that the Divine Spirit Land had finally opened every 10 years, it was understandable that the members of the Guardian clan wanted to witness the opening of the Divine Spirit Land with their own eyes. Therefore, every household in the Emperor Island city stood on the streets and looked up. They looked like devout believers as they stared in the direction of the Divine Spirit Tree with bright eyes. They did not speak for a long time, causing the huge Emperor Island city to be completely silent. The members of the Guardian clan and the imperial family of the three empires who lived under the Divine Spirit Tree made some preparations before they made their way to the Divine Spirit Tree. Those who lived under the canopy of the Guardian Tree would see people flying out of windows, doors, and other exits in the buildings where the royal families of the three empires and the Guardian clans lived since the dawn. As the ripples spread out, numerous figures carrying battle aura and demonic energy shot out with the Guardian Tree as their destination. For a time, the area under the canopy of the Divine Spirit Tree was filled with figures flying out of the canopy. And this scene continued for a long time. Standing by the window, Duanling Tian looked at the figures flying toward the Divine Spirit Tree. Wu Yan could not help but shake his head and laugh. So anxious. It's not like the Divine Spirit Land will run away. As soon as Wu Yan laughed, a cold voice reverberated behind him. You only have a chance to enter the place of gods once every 10 years. This is an extremely rare opportunity for some of the older generation. As for the younger generation, this is their first time entering the place of gods. It's only natural that they would be anxious, hearing this. Wu Yan grinned. He turned around and he saw Sylph's icy blue figure standing in front of him. Wu Yan looked at Sylph and said, "Then why don't you look worried at all?" "It's just his personality." Sylph glanced at Wu Yan. "But it's about time to depart, I'm fine with it." Shrugging his shoulders indifferently, Wu Yan rolled his eyes. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. "Our beautiful Princess Sylph, do you want to try flying in the sky?" Flying in the sky. Before Sylph could react, Wu Yan grabbed her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Sylph was startled, but she quickly calmed down. He frowned and looked at Wu Yan. "What are you doing?" Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Sylph frowning at him with a frosty expression. Because, he saw that on that ice-cold face, within that pair of ice-blue eyes, there was a trace of uncontrollable panic that could not be suppressed. "Fine. I'm just letting you try flying in the sky." Wu Yan suppressed his urge to tease Sylph. He turned around and flew out of the window with Sylph in his arms. Sylph felt a gentle breeze caressing her face as she looked down at the flying figures below. She was a little surprised. Flying in the sky. That's something only demigods can do. Of course, only demigods can fly in the sky. The Spalier world has a special flying spell. It's so rare that even a member of the imperial family like Sylph doesn't know how to do it. Sylph raised her head and stared at the smiling face. She sighed. She sighed and said, "You really know how to surprise people, that's great." Wu Yan laughed heartily. Life might be boring, but sometimes, it's not boring when it's full of surprises. Sylph's lips curled into an unnoticeable smile. It added a bit of liveliness to her cold expression. Her beautiful face became even more breathtaking when she smiled. It's a pity that none of them, including Wu Yan, had the fortune to witness this scene, the platform under the Guardian Tree. After 3 days, the platform that was slightly damaged by Wu Yan and Endel's collision has been restored to its original state. Silhouettes flew over from afar and landed on the platform. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s and started whispering to each other. They are all members of the imperial family of the three empires. On the other side of the platform, a group of about 100 members of the Guardian tribe gathered together. Unlike the imperial family of the three empires who are whispering to each other, the Guardian tribe's members kept their mouths shut. The atmosphere around them was heavy. Their gazes were fixed on the center of the platform with a hint of yearning in their eyes. No, it was not only the members of the Guardian clan. Although the members of the royal families of the three empires were whispering to each other, they would occasionally turn their gazes to the center at the front of the platform. Their eyes were also filled with yearning as if they were looking forward to something. That's because there's a new platform at the center of the platform. The platform is about 10 meters tall and has 2 levels. The first level is about 5 meters tall and there are 5 seats on it. The second level is at the top of the platform. There are also seats on it, but there are only 3 of them. It's obvious that the 8 seats on the platform are reserved for those with special status. The 3 seats at the top are still empty. However, 4 of the 5 seats in the middle are already occupied. Entel, Kate, Geda, Wea. They are the Guardian tribe's patriarch and the 3 emperors. As for the last seat, no one has taken it yet. Many people on the platform looked at the empty seat with confusion in their eyes. Could it be that there's someone on Emperor Island whose status is comparable to the Guardian tribe's patriarch and the 3 emperors? Everyone at the scene was guessing the identity of that person in their hearts. The members of the royal families of the 3 empires were discussing it because of this matter. As for the members of the Guardian clan, although they did not discuss it, their faces were filled with undisguised doubts. As time passed, more and more people gathered on the platform. The number of people flying towards the platform gradually decreased. When Wu Yan arrived above the platform with Sylph in his arms, there were only a few people flying towards the platform. As if they sensed something, Entel, Kate, Geda, and Wea stopped chatting and looked up. When they saw Wu Yan floating in the air, they were stunned for a moment. They smiled bitterly and came to the same conclusion as Sylph. What a guy who keeps on giving us surprises. Seeing the 4 Type 9 powerhouses looking up, the rest of the crowd also lifted their heads and looked up. The moment they did, the entire place went silent for 2 to 3 seconds, before a commotion broke out. Flying. That person can fly. Flying. Is he a demigod? Impossible. He must be using some kind of flying magic. Yes. That's right. Everyone on the platform pointed at Wu Yan. They didn't even try to hide their shock. Slowly, they began to recognize Wu Yan's identity. They were even more shocked. This was especially true for the Guardians. They looked at each other with jealousy and hatred in their eyes. Magic with the ability to fly was extremely rare. Now that they saw Wu Yan using such a rare magic, it's only natural that they wouldn't be in a good mood given their hatred for Wu Yan. However, they didn't know that what they should be jealous of is yet to come. My young friend Wu Yan. Entel, who was sitting in the middle of the 5 seats on the platform, stood up and smiled at Wu Yan, who is still in midair. Since you're here, please take a seat. As soon as the word, "take your seat," spread out, everyone on the platform trembled and their faces were filled with shock. The person who could sit on the same level as the 3 emperors and the patriarch of the Guardians is him. Chapter 1069. Everyone looked at each other before glancing at Entel, who was standing up with a big smile on his face. For a moment, no one could say a word. Even Wu Yan was shocked by Entel's words. Sylph, on the other hand, seemed to have guessed something and spoke to Wu Yan. Since Patriarch Entel has said so, you should take a seat. Ha! Wu Yan didn't understand what was going on, but he still looked at Sylph. What about you? Me? Sylph shook her head. I don't have the qualifications. Sylph gently let go of Wu Yan's embrace. Her slender body floated down like a feather and landed on the platform with a surge of mana. She stood in the seats of the 3 royals. Wu Yan pursed his lips as he looked at Sylph. Even though she was surrounded by the crowd, her presence was still undeniable. Wu Yan wanted to land on the stage as well. However, there was someone who couldn't bear to see this. Father. Entel, who was standing at the head of the Guardian clan, quickly stood up and called out. Father. This doesn't make sense. Wu Yan, who was about to descend to the platform, froze. Entel, on the other hand, seemed to have expected this. He glanced at Entel indifferently as if he wasn't his own son. What's wrong with this? Ens did not mind. He also knew that his father was very strict, even more so in public. Thus, he did not waste any more time and directly spoke his mind. You are the patriarch of the Guardian clan. The three majesties are the emperors of the three empires. It's reasonable for you to take a seat, but he... Entel pointed at Wu Yan as if he had forgotten how terrifying Wu Yan was. He's just the fiancé of an imperial princess. How can he be on the same level as you and the three majesties? That's right. That's right. The Guardian clan chimed in. Look at their indignant expressions. They're obviously not convinced. How could the Guardian clan be convinced that the position that they yearned for belonged to their enemy during this period of time? Wu Yan also looked at Entel. He didn't care about the clamoring of the trash. He also wants to know why he was given a seat on the platform. Status. Entel shook his head and laughed mockingly at Entel's question. If you don't have strength, you won't have status. If you have strength, you don't have to worry about status. His words caused the members of the Guardian clan, who were clamoring, to freeze on the spot. Entel's intimidating gaze swept across the members of the Guardian clan. Anyone who met Entel's gaze felt their hearts skip a beat as they hurriedly lowered their heads. Only when all the members of the Guardian clan had lowered their heads did Entel nod and slowly open his mouth. Wu Yan, you have strength on the same level as me and the three majesties. As a rank 9 expert, how can you not be qualified to sit on the same level as us? If you have the strength of a rank 9 expert today, you can also sit on the platform. This. The Guardian clan members looked at each other. They were all speechless at Wu Yan, including Entel, who was clenching his fists. Entel sighed when he saw his clansmen speechless at Wu Yan. He waved his hand disinterestedly and looked at Wu Yan again. Therefore, little friend Wu Yan, please take a seat, you have the right to do so. Hearing this, the platform fell into silence. In the air, Wu Yan smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that he would receive such treatment because of his strength, but that's right. In the Spalier world, the strong are respected. If you have strength, you don't have to worry about status. 4 people at the level of Entel, Carter, Geda, and Weya, status had long since become a symbol. Only strength was what truly caught their attention. Thinking of this, Wu Yan adjusted his state of mind. His body drew a smooth arc and flashed to the middle of the platform. He landed beside Carter and sat on the leftmost seat of the 5. Entel also chuckled and sat down. The 5 seats in the middle of the platform were full. Seeing Wu Yan sit on the high platform, the Guardian clan members had mixed feelings. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Who asked him to have such strength? NC stared at Wu Yan, who was sitting on the high platform and chatting with Entel, Carter, and the others. His heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. He was panting heavily and his eyes were red. Was there anything more painful than watching the target of one's resentment climb to a position higher than oneself? NC would rather have Wu Yan choke him again than see him reach the position he yearned for. Unfortunately, this was destined to be an extravagant hope. The members of the 3 imperial families looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of admiration. Even Ka and Jaffer had some admiration for him. They didn't have the same feelings as the Guardian clan members. From their point of view, they could only see a young 9th-rank powerhouse. He was a super genius who could stand on equal footing with the three emperors and the Guardian clan's patriarch. How could they not look up to such a person? The older members of the royal family are still fine, but the younger ones are looking at Wu Yan with eyes full of admiration. Most of the young princesses are also looking at him with eyes full of admiration. However, when they thought about how the person they admired is Sylph's fiancé, they couldn't help but look at her with jealousy. Reno was the only one with a face full of displeasure. She kept grumbling. It doesn't matter what the people below the platform think. The fact is that Wu Yan is on equal footing with the three emperors and the Guardian clan's patriarch. They believe that after this incident in the domain of gods, the name Wu Yan will spread throughout the Spalier world. From the mouths of the imperial families of the three empires, Wu Yan had a helpless expression on his face when he realized this. Humans are afraid of fame and pigs are afraid of fattening up. Back in the sword and saber god domain, he still remembers everything he went through in the world of swords and sabers. He doesn't want to be in the limelight again. Of course, on the surface, Wu Yan didn't show anything other than a little helplessness. He chatted happily with Entel, Carter, Gede, and Weya. Although they are chatting happily, it's just Wu Yan asking about the domain of gods. Could it be that the opening point of the land of gods is on this platform? Wu Yan asked curiously. Unlike the imperial family and the Guardian clan, Wu Yan doesn't know much about the domain of gods. The one who answered Wu Yan was Carter. He smiled and said, "The domain of gods is bigger than the Emperor Island formed by the Guardian Tree. In fact, it's several times bigger than the Emperor Island. How could it be opened here? Then why are we gathering here?" Wu Yan was even more confused after hearing Carter's words. Shouldn't we go to the land of gods to gather? Or is there going to be an airship coming to take us there? Carter, Gede, Weya, and Entel looked at each other and said helplessly. Well, it's too troublesome to explain. Anyway, just keep watching. I'm sure you'll be shocked. Fine. Wu Yan sighed and he didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind blew, like a tornado descending from the sky. From top to bottom, it smashed onto the stage without any explanation. The sudden gust of wind caused many people to cry out in alarm. The surrounding area was instantly filled with cries of panic. Entel, Carter, Gede, and Weya, on the other hand, had solemn expressions. They stood up, turned around, and faced the top of the high platform. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as if he sensed something. He stood up from his seat and faced the top of the platform. At the same time, the gust of wind gathered at the top of the platform and suddenly dissipated. In the next moment, 3 silhouettes appeared there. Chapter 1070. The wind blew in all directions. By the time everyone present raised their heads and looked at the 3 indomitable figures at the top of the tall stage, they were already standing side by side, facing the entire crowd. Immediately, Entel, Carter, Gede, and Veer bowed respectfully towards the 3 figures standing at the top of the platform. Greetings, Lord Protectors. The voices of the 4 ninth stage powerhouses awakened everyone below the stage. When they heard the words Guardian Deity, everyone was slightly startled and hurriedly bowed in respect. Greetings, Lord Protectors. Their loud voices reverberated throughout the platform. Everyone bowed and saluted the 3 guardians at the top of the platform. Wu Yan was the only one who looked at the 3 guardians above him with a strange glint in his eyes. He was also a bit shocked by what he saw. Jarlin. Ailu, level 96 Magnubi. Balba, level 95 Linya. Fear, level 95. Wu Yan recognized the one standing in the middle. He wore a gray robe. It was the demigod Lord Protector he met in the Ailu Empire's treasury, Jarlin. As for the other two, the old man in white robe and the beautiful woman, Wu Yan did not recognize them. However, the system informed Wu Yan of their true identities. The Lord Protectors of Balba and Fear Empire. Demigod Lords. 3 demigod rank powerhouses. That was why Wu Yan was shocked. It was not that he had never seen a demigod before. In fact, there was a demigod beside him who would hang around him all day long and act coquettishly in front of him just to make him cook for them. However, the sight of 3 demigod lords standing together still shocked Wu Yan. After all, there are only 5 demigod lords in the entire Spalier world. Including Violet, there are only 6. Including the Beast King, there are only 7. Now, half of the demigod lords are standing in front of him. The feeling is indescribable. This is why Wu Yan did not follow Violet into the behemoth forest. Otherwise, he would have seen all of the demigod lords in the Spalier world. He would be even more shocked. Phew. He exhaled a long breath. The shock in Wu Yan's heart calmed down and he seemed to be attracted by the sound of his breathing. On top of the platform, the 3 demigod guardians, Garen, Magnubi, and Linya, finally noticed that beside Entel, Carter, Gedda, and Vea, there was a young man who was too young for them to even consider his age. At this moment, on the platform, be it the royals or the guardian clans, all of them are bowing. Entel and the other 3 are also bowing. Only Wu Yan is standing straight. Not only is he not bowing, he's even exhaling. This is a very disrespectful act. Wu Yan stood out like a sore thumb. Entel, Kate, Gedda, and Wea panicked. Below the stage, Sylph's pupils shrunk. The imperial family members of the 3 empires were also shocked. On the other hand, the guardians were gloating. Entel even had a look of ecstasy on his face. He laughed coldly. How dare Wu Yan act so rudely in front of a demigod protector? Even if he doesn't die, he won't have a good time. Magnubi and Linya frowned. Their eyes were filled with displeasure. Their impression of Wu Yan has soured. Garen was the only one who laughed out loud when he saw the person in question was Wu Yan. Wu Yan, little guy. We meet again. Everyone was stunned when they saw the Patronus greeting Wu Yan with a smile on her face. Wu Yan. Magnubi and Linya flinched for a bit before they recalled something and they looked at Wu Yan in surprise. He's Wu Yan. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he started mumbling to himself after being stared at by the 3 demigod guardians. Why do they know me? Am I famous? Wu Yan put on a smile as he looked at the 3 guardian deities on top of the platform. Greetings, Baruba and Fey Empire's protectors. Old Mr. Jarlin, you're still as spirited as ever. Hearing this, Jarlin laughed out loud. I'm not exactly spirited. It's just that the realm of gods opens once every 10 years. It's a rare opportunity. I'm in a good mood because I can enter it again. Jarlin turned to Wu Yan and said with a smile, but I didn't expect you to be here as well. Little guy, you sure know how to hide your intentions. Wu Yan awkwardly turned his head away and said in a resentful tone. I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself in front of you. Wu Yan paused for a bit before continuing. Since you know the purpose of my visit, why didn't you take back the Ring of Power? Wu Yan couldn't help but ask such a question. If the calamity that God Ailu spoke of really happens, then the entire Silveria world won't be able to escape. Under such circumstances, the so-called means to deal with disasters in the Ring of Power had become a treasure that could save the entire world. For the safety of Silveria, logically speaking, Garen and the others should have taken back the Ring of Power and entered the Divine Lands to search for the key to unlock the Ring of Power. Wasn't that the most logical thing to do? After all, a demigod powerhouse would have a higher chance of winning than a 9th stage powerhouse, right? Furthermore, the Ring of Power was left behind by God Ailu. The Ailu Empire's royal family are Ailu's descendants. Isn't it best for them to carry out the mission left behind by their ancestors? Originally, Wu Yan wanted to throw the Ring of Power to them while he went to the realm of gods to check it out. As for the mission of saving the world, it's better to leave it to someone else. Up until now, there hasn't been a single mention of the Ring of Power, let alone a request to take it back. Wu Yan is puzzled. Is no one willing to believe my words? Do they think I made up the story about the disaster? Jarlin saw through Wu Yan's thoughts and stopped smiling. Instead, he sighed. Originally, I wanted to take the Ring of Power into the realm of gods and search for the key to unlock it. But after some thought, I gave up on that idea. Huh? Wu Yan was shocked. Why? Since Ancestor Ailu didn't leave the Ring of Power and the Great Calamity as a legacy in the imperial family and pass it down from generation to generation, then he definitely doesn't want us to interfere with the matter of opening the Ring of Power. Jaren said with a serious face, although I don't know what's in the Ring of Power, since the ancestor chose to place the Ring of Power outside and let an outsider open it, he must have his own considerations. Therefore, I don't intend to directly interfere in this matter. Little guy, the matter of opening the Ring of Power can only be left to you. That's... Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really think too highly of me. I have no choice but to look up to you. Linya, who has been observing Wu Yan all this while, said this. She chuckled and said, after all, you are the person that Miss C values and supports. Wu Yan was shocked to hear Yukari's name from Linya's mouth. Miss Violet. Violet. You know Violet. You can say that we've met before. Magnubi nodded with his hands behind his back. In short, we chose to trust you. I hope you won't disappoint us. Wu Yan opened his mouth. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Garen, Magnubi, and Linya looking like they were deep in thought, he figured that he wouldn't get anything out of them even if he asked. Thus, he gave up on asking. As for the others who saw Wu Yan chatting with the 3 Imperial Guardians, they're already in a daze. Suddenly, Jaren, Magnubi, and Linya's expressions froze. They all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the guardian tree. Wang. Almost at the same time when the 3 demigod rank experts turned their heads, the towering divine tree began to tremble. Green light flashed. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.